You do it this time, Mike.
All right, here we are. Welcome to ViewsRmine from Hibbing, Minnesota. I'm Mike Maleska.
Chris Baldwin.
And I'm Andy, and today we have a special guest, JP McBride.
Yep.
And you're doing something important.
Yes, I'm running for office for Congressional District 8 to unseat Pete Stauber and represent us in D.C.
Very good. We like that.
Here.
I might get you another mic here.
Got it. So, all right.
It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine about it. Okay, we got enough mics in the room. Everything's fine. Yeah, we're low tech, low sophistication, medium tech. Okay, so I haven't thought hard enough about how I want to proceed with this, but I want to ask you. Maybe I did think about this. Can you give us the thing you think about most, your top priority or your most important thought, something that motivated you to take on this kind of, for most people, monumental effort of running for a seat?
Well, I just couldn't stand being on the sidelines anymore. I wake up each morning, look at my phone, and at some point, just to live with myself, just to keep myself sane, I had to go out and do something. And a big part of the motivation was actually Pete Stauber. When people ask me who inspired you to run for office, it's Pete Stauber. It's
big shout out and thank you to
yeah. Well, unironically, because I see him doing his thing, and I couldn't tell myself that I wasn't qualified to be a congressman. Like that, I couldn't.
If he can do it,
yeah.
It's actually I've had that thought.
There's plenty of good congressmen and congresswomen, and like if I measure myself up to them, I'm like, oh yeah, they've got degrees, they've got experience, they're charismatic, they know how to speak, and I don't have any of that. But then Pete Stauber comes along, and
I don't think they're that charismatic.
More charismatic than me. And,
you're an inspiration to all of us uncharismatic types.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then Pete Stauber comes along, and he's blaming wildfires on Canada. He's calling for a border fence to stop across the boundary waters.
Right.
And I feel like I could just keep my mouth shut, and I'll be way smarter than him.
So, you're talking about a thing that is. Well, I've had that thought a lot. Yeah. I'm tired of this, and I feel like I could do a better job than him. But man, what an effort so far to run for an office. What do you think about the process so far?
I spent a year at Reed College out of the West Coast, and when I was signing up for classes, I thought, okay, a lot of these are going to be difficult, so I'll pick one easy one. And that was Ultimate Frisbee, and that was a horrible mistake.
Yeah,
because I had no idea how seriously people took that. And
it's ultimate for a reason.
Yeah. And so, the thing that I learned in that class was how to throw a Frisbee with my left hand, which is my non-dominant hand. Mm-hmm. And the trick to it is that there isn't really any trick. You learn to throw with your left hand the same way you learn to throw with your right. You just do it. It sucks, and you just do it over and over again until it works. And I think that running for office has kind of been like that. That it's a very long. It's a painful process. It's not something that comes easy to me, and I was diagnosed with autism back during the financial crisis when I was out of work for a while, and there aren't any autistic congressmen or women right now. If I got elected, I would be the first. And to be honest, it kind of makes sense.
I represent. I think that's really, really wonderful, actually.
And I think that I would bring some important energy to Congress that we're kind of lacking. That, for one thing, attention to detail. I love getting things exactly right. Like, it satisfies me on an emotional level to know all of the details and get all the details right. And also, I'm kind of a hard ass. I can be a stick in the mud when I need to be.
So your principle, what's that thing that you have that no one else has? It's vertebrae.
Yeah.
I think it's called a spine.
Well,
Steel
it's
spine.
So you have one of those?
yeah. Well, as I like to say that there's two ways of referring to autistic people. There's autistic people, and then there's also people with autism, and neither of them is correct depending on who you're talking to. And I like that autistic people saying that I'm autistic emphasizes the fact that I can never get rid of the autism. I can never not be autistic. But on the other hand, saying that I'm a person with autism, I can't turn the dial to 0, but I can turn it way up.
Right.
And
right.
so I spend for me, I have to spend most of my life compromising with people and kind of suppressing that part of myself.
Masking.
But, yeah.
Yeah, oh my God, me too.
And oh yeah, but I live for those moments when it's important. When this is kind of like why I like justice is because that it's social license to be who I really am, to be like, no,
Yeah.
I'm right.
Boy, hold on. Here to that.
No, thank you.
Being who you really are is why the name of this podcast is Views Are Mine.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I live for those moments when I can just be like, okay, it's kind of like if the old movie 12 Angry Men, where you could just be like, okay, you say to a group of people, I outnumber you 1 to 11.
Right. Yeah, like that's kind of part of America that I feel is what we are. Is that the idea of everyone's voice matters is that, it does. That's the point of that's one of those statements that I just made that doesn't really
Well, it's
mean
kind of
much.
like a kickoff from E pluribus unum, isn't it?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's the whole point of the drums,
Yeah.
too.
Right. Like, you said 12 Angry Men, and my first thought in that is there's a parallel in the moment we're in right now,
Yeah.
which is what we're all learning as a country is that the most courageous thing to be doing is to speak up.
Oh, yeah.
So by running,
Yeah.
essentially you're declaring, I'm making a commitment to speaking up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's
In a dangerous time.
right.
Yeah. In a tough race. Stauber won by double digits in all of his incumbency races. And
Over a very smart lady.
yeah. And it's also why I would have a chance at this race is because a chance at the primary, because if this was actually a competitive race in the fall, there would be the state DFL party and the national DNC. They would have looked for a candidate to run in this district. They would have picked out somebody already.
Right. What are they doing? What is happening? We don't have anyone picked out yet.
Well, it's a combination of factors. It's one, the race isn't very competitive, is not on its face very competitive. Another big thing is that we have a exactly divided state legislature, that it's just right on the knife's edge, where any state legislator that looks like they're popular, looks like they can win in the District 8, is needed to keep the majority in the State House and State Senate.
Right.
So,
Well, I gotta ask you, there's 10 tangents I'm thinking of going on right now, but I want to go on that one. this discussion I've heard a lot lately has been the importance of winning among the DFL here, the importance of winning and holding on to the majority.
Yeah.
Now, I think that I'm seeing that is being used as a way to compromise values. And
Yeah.
what do you think about picking a stance and defending it versus anything to win?
Yeah, I'm definitely on picking a stance to win because, and this is another thing that I kind of feel from being autistic is that, for me, when you're autistic, everyone is a stranger, which means conversely that no one is a stranger. That,
We're all weird together.
yeah, and. I found that I've been able to make friends across the political spectrum.
Yeah.
And the way you make friends with anybody is you don't hide who you are. Like,
Yeah.
everybody's human, everybody can accept everybody as human, and that if you try to go and appeal to some sort of idealized person, you're going to be missing all of the actual people around you. And one of the things I keep reminding myself is that people vote for people. They don't vote for policy.
Yeah,
They
agreed.
vote for somebody who knows what they're talking about, who
Right.
is not afraid to say that things are complicated, that can explain the complexity. And most Democrats aren't confident enough to do that.
Right.
That they need the polls, they need to triangulate,
Yeah.
and they're afraid to be weird.
That kind of makes me laugh because there's like this triangle of convergence between like confidence, courage, and like I don't care. Like just I don't.
Heart.
Yeah.
Heart.
Like whatever people think about me is irrelevant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's-
I am who I am. So what I asked is principles over like anything to win, and you're kind of saying the principles are what matters.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's
Well, and which is one of the things I learned when I was researching like the history of this district and the stuff that's important, like and particularly with the boundary waters. There's a thing called PILT payments that are you guys
Pilt.
PILT, P-I-L-T.
Well, I think I am. Is it? Well, you'll tell us.
It's a payment in
so
lieu
loud.
of taxes.
Yeah.
Oh,
this,
sure.
this is. Sorry, this is so loud, everybody. Okay. There. I have a microphone with no stand, and that's what's going on.
So
Yeah.
when the boundary waters was first established back in the 1940s, this whole jobs versus the environment thing, they knew about that before. They knew that. Like this isn't
nothing is
something.
new,
This
right?
is nothing. We didn't invent this in the 90s or something. They knew that this was always going to be a tension.
Yeah.
And so they created the PILT system, which is where St. Louis, Lake, and Cook County get compensated for the lost tax value
Right.
from the boundary waters. Like you can't log it, therefore you get.
Seems fair.
It's
other words.
about $800 per acre,
Yeah.
and we've been getting that. And an interesting thing about that is that the bill was named the Ty Blotnick Act, which, if the name
Blotnick.
Blotnick seems familiar to
Yeah.
you,
That's of the bridge fame.
yes.
Yeah.
And if you passed a similar bill today, the convention would be to call it like the Northern Minnesota Reinvesting in Communities and Families Act or something like that, and
The sunshine and rainbows.
the bipartisan
bill, yeah.
whatever act, and
The how could you vote against puppies bill?
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah,
Backwoods boogie.
and I think that kind of gets it wrong. That well, for one thing, Blotnick past that, like at the very start of his career, and then he went on to serve 25 years, and then Oberstar was basically a staffer of his and went on to serve another 25 years. And I think that a lot of part of that is because he put his name on it. Like, he didn't want to want anybody to speculate
So
on
that's a strategy.
what person brought this bill back.
Yeah. Hey, you know that, Bill? That's me.
Yeah, like, it's important to put your name on stuff. And I think that, honestly, on selling the bill, too, if you name it the Reinvestment Act, that doesn't work. That doesn't even work well to sell the bill, because if it was a really good bill, you'd put your name on it. Like,
Right. In other words, how much do you love it? Would you be attached to the idea? It's a way of declaring that that you believe there's no way this could backfire.
yeah.
All right.
And yeah, it's like you're evading responsibility and you're evading credit. Like,
Right.
you're not helping yourself on either end. So I think that one of the big parts of my platform is to reform the pill payments, because it was originally just for lumber.
Right.
It hasn't been updated to
Good
account the minerals. So this is a big part of the copper and sulfide mining thing,
Right.
which is there was the lease that was back in the 1960s, and like the pill wasn't updated because we were actually going to mine that.
Right.
And
Yeah, and then we know what happened there. Or maybe listeners don't, but we know, because that's
Yeah.
part of the...
you could explain
yeah,
that.
Yeah. There's a whole market crash and whatever in the 70s.
Yeah.
Just for reference here, the Ty Blotnick Act is Thye Blotnick Act, that was in 1948.
Yep. And it is pronounced Thai, right?
Yes.
I've heard Thai.
Yeah, because it looked German. You have to guess sometimes.
Und wat we have here haben. Es und. Forgiveness for all the Germans
So,
in the listening audience.
in the whole scheme of putting your name on something, we're focused on public education of the minerals pollution that's happening right now in taconite mining, and as it relates to possibly opening up copper nickel mining. That copper nickel, they're saying there's 8 to 10 billion tons of reserves in relationship to what's already been mined. That's more than the taconite that's already been mined.
Yeah.
So it's going to have a significant impact if it happens, and the effort.
Oh, well, there's 8 to 10 billion tons. Is that all of the deposits, or is it the deposit that's just south of the
I
B-Dub?
think it's actually reserves, which includes one drill hole and half a mile of
So that's all of the copper nickel that's been explored in the state, which includes the area around Tamarack.
No, I don't think so.
Oh,
this would
okay.
be just the Duluth complex area.
Oh, okay. So that's just the polymet area.
Yeah, so it represents a huge environmental threat, and there might be a way to figure out how to not have it
Well,
just have it be that level of destruction.
to bring this back to the PILP thing is, I believe that I read something in Paddle and Porridge where the Cook County assessor said that if you took the mineral value into account, the PILP payments would be closer to $4,000 per acre per year.
From 800.
Yeah, and to digress for a moment, the happiest moment in my life happened at a used car dealership where I needed a new Subaru, and my dad and I went to the place to buy one, and we found one that was going for $5,000, and my dad asked if we could borrow it for a couple hours and test drive it, and then he brought it right up to Ford Affairs, which is a local auto shop, and had them do a complete checkup on it to see if what was wrong. And when the report came back, the guy said that, well, the serpentine belt looks fine, but I couldn't find any record of it being replaced like it should have been. And if it fails, you're going to need to pay $2,000 for that. So we go back to the dealership, and my dad, and I asked the dealership, so do you have a record of the serpentine belt being replaced? And they said no. And I said, well, that's $2,000. Could you take $2,000 off of the price of the car? And the guy says, I gotta go check with the guy in the back, and the salesman leaves, and my dad rips into me. He's like, oh my God, that's so disrespectful. How could you do something like that? Like you can't just ask for. And he goes on for a few minutes, and then just as he wraps up, the guy comes back and says, "Yep, we'll do 3,000." And
yeah. So okay,
that is the happiest moment in my life.
Yeah, I think I understand the relevance here.
But, so when you go back to the pill taxes, you never ever get more than you ask for.
Oh man,
we got a story about that.
You're saying that?
Yeah.
That's been our motto for a while. It again? You're not. If you don't ask for it, you're not going to get it.
Yeah.
So if we don't know what to ask for, you ain't gonna get squat. So that's what we're trying to figure out.
Going back to the pill taxes, when I say that we should raise them to $4,000 per acre,
right?
That's not what I would be asking for. I would be saying, no, you ought to pay us the back money. Like you should change it to $4,000 an acre back in 1960,
right,
and pay us all of the money since then, even if we do end up developing the copper sulfide. You've also not developed. We've put out a lease and said we're going to develop it, and then not developed it for nearly like 70 years.
Right.
And we deserve that money regardless. And
I have a thought about something. If people were going to make this fabulous, huge profit, right?
Yeah.
When I've looked at junior mining companies and they find some big hot streak of gold or nickel or whatever it is, somebody usually gets on it pretty quick and starts mining. I'm just suggesting that a lot of people have looked at the copper nickel ore on the Duluth complex, and maybe they have some questions.
Right. Yeah. You're saying globally, anytime there's a great rich deposit that's discovered, boy, no one has to go seek investments. They're all coming. The investors are coming to
Berkshire Hathaway will show up.
And you just said that we haven't developed this resource for almost 70 years.
Yeah.
Maybe the market, the investors, the Friedman invisible hand of capitalism has decided that
it's complicated.
Yeah, that there's actually not a value to be extracted.
Well, a
profitably.
large part of it is to do with the boundary waters, and it was created as a legal entity, and there were certain assumptions that were made. They draw straight lines around it, and this part is the boundary waters, and this part isn't the boundary waters. And for logging, that's great. You can log right up to the straight line.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to water doesn't respect those lines.
Right.
That, hydrologically, part of this thing would be to formalize this process would be to hydrologically extend the boundary waters to cover these mining sites.
To use watershed boundaries.
Yeah.
Or they, as they call them, hydrological units.
Yeah, and to a certain degree, this was covered by the Clean Water Act, but we're
on our own now.
There's a recent Supreme Court ruling that decided no. When we say adjoining watersheds, that means the lines on the map. It doesn't mean where from the perspective of water.
Right.
If you've got a little strip of ground dividing the little sandbar dividing the 2 miles of water from there, that's what the Clean Water.
In other words, the power has been given to the man with the pen, and anyway. Yeah.
That was just a recent ruling from the Roberts Court just a few years ago, and
I remember this one.
half century worth of nobody knew what all these people are just assuming
of
that
public protection.
that the law made sense,
Right.
and then the Supreme Court decided, oh no, it doesn't make sense actually.
Right. Well, I mean, okay. Well, we'll just delusion anyway. Tienes pregunta aquí.
Yeah, I had a little point to make too, is that not only did we create the Boundary Waters as a public resource for recreate, but we demonstrated the will to protect it even further by enacting a motor ban.
Oh yeah.
And the can and bottle ban and some other protections, the aircraft height ban and things like that.
Cell phone tower ban.
Yeah, but the public will is there to make this help it remain as a protected body for the recreation of everyone who owns it, not
Right. You mean the public owning
the
it.
public
Yeah.
owning it.
Right.
So
And it's worth taking a moment to say this always. And why would that be important?
it's important because that is a wealth that doesn't have any connection to the dollar.
That's right.
If we were,
And everybody can use it.
yes,
Right. And so someday when our great grandchildren are completely never going to be able to consider owning a lake house and go up north for the weekend.
listen to a loon and dip a paddle.
Yeah. That's who it's for.
But just for a relationship here, I was in an informal spur of the moment group over in Virginia about 3 or 4 years ago, where it was raining outside, and a group of construction tradespeople, and I kind of got swept up in the crowd, mostly voluntarily. And as I tippy-toed my way across the slushy yard there into the Union Hall, a car pulled up, and Pete Stauber hopped out and shook my hand and went on inside, and everybody's
You've
glad
seen
handing.
him?
And
Yeah.
You saw him in the flesh?
I got, well, this is a few years back.
Oh.
But he got it in up to the microphone there, and at one point I was standing in the middle of a room plumb full of 100% let's drill and blast people. And with all due respect, I'm not opposed to mining, but these folks were so hell-bent on the expanding copper nickel that they were just beside themselves with glee over having Pete there. And Pete made this comment. He says, anybody here know what the value of that Superfund site is? I think it was the old Ford plant down in by Minneapolis. What's the land value down there? And somebody, maybe it was somebody that he seeded, I don't know, but somebody in the crowd said tossed out a pretty high figure, a dollar figure per acre. And he says, that's right. And he says, you know what what land is worth per acre up in the Boundary Waters? See? And I don't even remember what the number was. It's some insanely low number. So that when you compare dollar values to a treasure such as the Boundary Waters, we're completely off the tracks here.
So just
Well,
to say it, because it boils my blood. What a ghoul. What a Pete, if you're hearing this, I hope you are someday. How dare you? Like, he can't. Anyway,
he's also bad at numbers.
someone should run against
Like-
him.
Because, like, you could say that you can't place a dollar value on the Boundary Waters, but actually you can, and it's a pretty high number because the tourist industry supports about 10,000 jobs in the Arrowhead region.
And those are small business jobs.
Yeah.
Those are the kind of jobs where the money stays in the community.
Yeah.
Because I mean, this has been an argument for me that, well, what about jobs? But the jobs that there's types of jobs. The mining corporate jobs are money leaving. That's extraction economy.
Generational jobs,
Yeah.
family
And-
jobs.
Small business
it-
jobs.
And it's incredibly important to the communities on the lake. That if you go up to in the Grand Marais area, it's something of 86% of the workforce is
Right.
involved in the tourism industry.
Right.
That if you get rid of the Boundary Waters,
Right.
you've turned them into ghost towns.
Plus, that's indefinite wealth. Like, as long as there's a wilderness, there's going to be people who want to go use it.
Yeah.
It's not going to be there's not a finite end to it. There's not a lifespan.
It's federal land. It's not owned by the iron ore miners. It's not
Right.
owned by the corporations, and it's not owned by Minnesotans. It's owned by everyone.
Right. So this, you're talking about numbers. This jobs versus jobs economy comparison thing, that's an argument that really is settled by which number's bigger, right?
Yeah. And one number is way bigger.
Right.
I looked at the proponents of the copper sulfide mine, and as I recall, it said that it would create 750 jobs, and the operational lifetime of the mine would be 25 years. That if you do out the month, that's basically what you would get from tourism in 1 year over the entire lifespan of the mine. And and of course they say they could do it.
Wow, 1 year. 1 year. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and the kicker for that is that the mine would create far more jobs than that, but
Spill.
cleaning up the mine afterwards.
Right.
That's where all the
Yeah.
actual jobs would come from.
And that's part of our what we've been talking about lately is just to put this out there. Who would dare label us anti-mining is shutting down mining means that we're losing this project of cleaning up, and that's not what we want.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's another part of this that I always like to talk about. I don't know if I've said it on this forum yet. The name of this is ViewsRmine, so I get to say whatever I want. The people, the demographic that is served by the types of jobs that we're talking about is important in this. And the mining jobs serve one demographic, which is white men.
Yeah.
And yeah, I know there's a few women that work out in the mine. Okay, so, right. But there's not a lot of minorities. And there's, most importantly, the transition group. Like, a lot of these tourism type jobs help that young person, that high school student, that pre-college or even post-college student who's trying to earn job skills. That's served by that group. Holy cow, we have like walked away from young people and their futures on the Iron Range.
Oh yeah.
It just is just a well, you're on your own, kids kind of an attitude. Yeah.
Oh, I was going to say about the Iron Range is that ecologically it's beautiful and unique, but as a tourism thing, it's fiercely competitive. That I remember a thing back in the day when there was the Exxon Valdez disaster. People were talking about how tourism was going down in Anchorage, and the message behind that was that, well, Anchorage is like 200 miles away from where the Exxon Valdez happened.
Right.
And people were like, aren't people so stupid for associating the Exxon Valdez with Anchorage? And you're going to find the same thing here, that it's not just the existence of a pristine natural environment, it's also the reputation.
Right.
And that if something happens,
Motorcycle here.
I thought one of you guys was doing a noise.
Yeah. I'm good at that.
Like the thing with the ban on like motor vehicles and planes and all that adds to the mystique.
Right.
And
Right.
like it's something terrible happens, like East Palestine, Ohio. Like
Right.
what do any of you guys? There's probably a bunch of wonderful stuff there, but does anybody here think about that?
Not anymore, yeah. Like to your point, there's this perception that the lakes are more pristine the further north you go.
Yeah.
And there's reasons why that's not correct. But that perception is what draws people north. They want to go be where the wilderness is pure, right? Yeah, and that's an important point about who's valuing the Iron Range and the Boundary Waters and the wilderness. is people who don't live here value it.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a frustrating amount of resentment
Yeah.
on the Iron Range towards people from the city. Like, they, hey, let's 6-1 tours and all this to the audience. Stop. Like, just stop doing that. Like, they give you money to come here. Like, stop. Plus, hating people is ridiculous. But
I'd like to interject. I have a 218 area code.
yeah,
I'm very proud of that.
which is fair. I mean, it's there's pride in where you're from.
Yeah.
But
I grew up as 6'1".
We don't need no 6-1 tours coming up here telling us how to run our business.
okay,
Is that it?
you got it on your own, bud.
I heard
doing
that
great.
somewhere a lot.
Yeah, that.
Well, everybody's got to get along.
It's so dumb to just be like, oh, I hate people because the number is different. It's,
Yeah.
and I understand that there's some logic there that like I don't like bureaucratics.
Yeah.
Well, you're not doing any better on your own.
Yeah.
And-
I don't endorse that, but if you do believe in that, I'm on the right side of it.
Yeah. So okay, you have that. You have both.
I have the 218.
You're not
correct.
prejudiced against numbers, but also you have the right numbers.
Yeah.
So, vote for JP. There's several tangents I want to pick up. I don't remember where they all are. I'm going to let the little competing thoughts in my brain battle it out for a second. You go ahead.
Well, what you call it, the pilt.
Yeah.
Oh, let's talk about the pilt.
Yeah.
One more. It's one of my
I
competing
guess
thoughts.
that I can see a similar campaign to clean this place up
Yeah.
and relook at what we do as far as when we say we do mining right. Well, okay, let's look at that and see what is going on. And I think that that's really the first step in coming up with something you can put your name on. And I think that what you're describing is really important. That it maintains a legacy, and that's what we're involved with. Trying to re-engineer, re-look at things that we've made assumptions about, that somebody else is taking care of it. Whether it's politics, like you said, it's time to throw your hat in the ring. You can't just sit by it. Look over,
Yeah.
look what we're doing.
Kicking the can down the road is not
Yeah.
the
Mike better than me.
prescription here.
What? That's a good point. I'll piggyback off that. For my own edification, the PILT.
Yeah.
What are we calling it? Grant law decision.
I say payment, but
Payment.
payment's already part of the acronym.
Pilt money.
So it's payment in
Yeah.
lieu of taxes payments.
It's like a PIN number.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
ATM machine.
the flow of money goes from where to where?
The federal government pays St. Louis, Lake, and Cook County.
Okay. And as a way to preserve the resource, it's the compensation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because a lot of it was private land before it was the boundary waters.
Yep. That's important.
So we're not just confiscating.
I've been so edified. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. I'm trying to decide, like, in the argument about economics,
Yeah.
there's a tendency to make the mining corporations the victims of the economy. Like,
Yeah.
oh, but they need to be shielded from laws that are capricious and arbitrary.
Oh. Which I roll my eyes at because I didn't really talk about my background here,
Yeah.
but
Let's collectively roll our eyes at that.
But I work with medical records for Essentia Health out at their warehouse in Esco, and proud member of USW Local 9460.
No kidding.
Here,
Yeah,
here.
thank you.
Yep.
And if you think that regulations in your industry are cumbersome or
Yeah, what have you done?
irrational
Right.
or anything like that, I welcome you to join me in working with medical records.
Yes, yeah.
Because,
What have we done to the medical industry in our country?
well, we have
Yeah.
part of my job is handling records that we have to keep forever.
Right, and that's not a
actual
bad thing, actually. Yeah,
Yeah, no, and
that protects us.
I like to joke that the regulations were written prior to the invention of modern firefighting techniques.
Yeah, good
and,
point.
And that they were written during like the Great Hinkley Fire, and
Yeah.
it was just kind of assumed that if
Yeah.
we said forever, that would be like 40 or 50 years, and then the whole place would burn down.
Yeah, papers are flammable. Now it's
Yeah.
all digital and
Oh, yeah, well, it's not all digital yet. That's part of my job is to
Yeah.
pull the files and scan them and upload them. And like part of the job is that, like, the point is to handle records with respect. And
Right.
when I'm scanning in files and I need to go take a bathroom break, I lock my computer and I turn all the files face down.
Right.
And it's not because there's like a rational fear of like a drone hovering outside the
Right.
window.
No, that's a good
trying
practice. Right.
trying to steal pictures of someone's colonoscopy.
Right.
But it's
respect.
it's
Yeah.
patients and deal with the medical system at the most vulnerable points in their lives.
Right.
And the point of acting like that is to treat them with respect at every like point of encounter. Every like
Right.
that. This is somebody's life that's in front of me that I'm scanning it. This is somebody's loved one.
Right. They have not
somebody's
so authorized their information to be public.
Yeah, and it's the same obligation that a doctor has
Right.
that I'm expected to comply with, and so there's this notion that that companies that their job is to critique the rules that we're hiring
Right.
that we're paying them to give us critical feedback on the regulations, and I think that
We should help them.
that we need to make very clear that like no, this is not a negotiation. You're not.
Yeah.
And I think that, like, one of the weird things about this lease with Glencore and Fort Augusta is that they've bought these leases and we have to deal with them specifically. And that's just kind of, like, weird. Like,
Right.
why can't we make a deal with somebody else?
Right. Like it's our backyard to the better in our backyard people.
Yeah.
This is literally our backyard. Why are we not involved in deciding what's in our best interests?
Yeah.
I think the better in our backyard people fundamentally don't understand that means fighting for our own best interests, not the best interests of the corporation.
Yeah.
Right.
And I'm a big believer in what I like to call bad people theory. Is that, well, the vast majority of humankind is
believe
good.
in mediocre people theory.
A lot of people are good,
Yeah.
but there's the occasional bad person that your job isn't to make them good, it's just to keep them outside of the process. And when I think of like in Fort Augusta, in Fort Augusta,
I like that.
when they bought this lease, they knew beforehand that that there were these regulatory issues, that this wasn't actually a regulatory, that if they, by obeying the regulations, the lease would be valueless. That they came to this as knowing that they would have to use political force to change the regulations. And I think that even if I think that's just a wrong mindset, that you don't want
Oh my God, yeah.
you don't want to deal with somebody who is looking to break the rule. They're looking to change the rules for their own benefit. And
That's refreshing to hear you say that.
yeah.
I want to talk about that for a while.
Yeah.
Of the tangents in my head, this is my list is autism. So diagnosis as an adult, AI, data security, and corporations versus people. But
Yeah.
in Minnesota, what we've just talked about, and if you've seen our last episode, we've spent a lot of time examining the idea that we do mining right, and we have the best regulations, and at the same time, there's too much, and we have to streamline the permitting process. What we're discovering is there is essentially no regulation for some of these incredibly destructive corporate exploitations of our natural resources. An example is iron mining is the only industry in the country that has not been subjected to regulation that requires reductions of mercury emissions. So this is another one of these themes of the people versus the corporation, and it almost seems like universally politics in Minnesota is about defending the corporation at the cost of the people's self-interests.
Yeah.
Jobs.
Well, that's the way to sell it, but we're not the benefactors of all those
Yeah.
jobs.
Well, jobs aren't a good thing from a corporation's perspective. That's strictly red ink stuff on the ledger.
Right.
Like,
They're going to make sure they're
Well,
non-union jobs when it
just-
comes around to it, or inside hires, or
and at some point, it's like blaming a tiger for eating meat. Like, and so like
the leopards
if
eating the face
you're-
thing. Yeah.
if you're going to a corporation to get them to make jobs, you're trying to use a wrench as a screwdriver. It's
Everything's
it's not what
everything's a nail.
corporations were invented to do. They were not invented to respect environmental regulations. They weren't designed to give people good jobs. They were designed to give people with money more money.
A criminal enterprise.
So this is really important. You just said a corporation is not like the job factory.
Yeah.
It's not the source of where we're going to go seek jobs. Yet, that's how we talk about it.
Yeah.
We're really fixated on this idea that we have to turn the jobs faucet on, and if we don't, then oh my God, we're all in trouble, and
Well,
that's not how it works.
Well, it's kind of like that we've created a Rube Goldberg machine where we have to, well, the government tells somebody else to make jobs.
Right.
When actually it's really simple. Like, all you have to do to create a job is to pay somebody to do something. And the government could do that. Like, the government has all the money.
Right.
They could just, like when we talk about cleaning up and remediating the iron ore, the waste from the iron ore mines. Mm-hmm. Like those are jobs. The government could just.
Well, we've been saying that.
Yeah.
Remarkable.
But
They're
it's
good jobs.
But it is really important that you could just, like, when we're talking, people talk about money like it's an actual natural resource that it's this sort of precious commodity.
And there's a privilege. We deserve the right to it somehow.
Bootstraps.
And that we've got to conserve it.
Yeah.
And to be fair to ordinary people, that's how we all live our lives day to day. I have to maintain a positive checking account balance. We all do. The state government does. The county does. Municipal governments do. The federal government doesn't. And a lot of people that we elect kind of come in with this scarcity mindset that there's a limited amount of dollars that the federal government has, and we've got to keep that low.
Right. Right. We got to save it for us is the thing they're not saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's just not true. Like, money, when it comes down to it, is numbers, and you're never going to run out of numbers. And
It's a tool, like a lubricant.
yeah,
I want to pretend I'm a devil's advocate and say, but
It's
So-
fiat money.
well, so fiat money is the idea that well, we'll just run up the debt. So,
and
what's your counter to that?
well, I'd like to think of it as a thought experiment. What if Donald Trump, in his wonderful glory, decided to tweet out one day that he has created a bajillion-dollar bill, that he's got his Tonys to sign off of it.
That's what Bitcoin is.
Then he shows like a green dollar with his face on it, and
Yeah,
it says
it's coming.
$1 bajillion on it.
Yeah.
How would the world react?
I mean, at this point, they would ignore it.
Well,
But, I mean, what's
you
what's
would
the
say,
thought experiment?
well, we wouldn't even know what a bajillion is.
Yeah.
Like,
That's exactly the Bitcoin
yeah,
thing,
we'd
yeah.
ask, like, so how big is this number? He said bigger than all the other numbers.
Right.
Because that's how his mind works.
The biggest.
Yeah, and there's a couple of things that would happen. Like, one, it actually would be far from the most unconstitutional thing that he's done, because the Constitution, Congress has the power to spend money.
Right.
This was a very crucial point.
Technically, if the president makes it, the Congress
Yeah.
could spend it.
Well, technically anybody can make money. We've seen that with crypto. That
That's-
you could just
that's
create-
crypto, yeah.
Like Disney World does it when you buy their specific.
And Ticketmaster, and
Yeah.
it's just
And-
scarcity for its
and
own
even
sake.
even supermarkets when they print coupons,
Right.
that could be exchanged for value. That counts as money.
Right.
So what we have is the dollar, the American greenback, is just one of many monetary systems that we live in, that we have as a society. And while it's more like this sort of thing that you could, like bankruptcy and stuff and regular people, it doesn't make it from a mathematical perspective any different than all of these other currencies that humanity has created.
Right.
And so the act of creating money, that if Donald Trump did that, wouldn't actually change anything. Like,
Sure.
like the national debt would be gone,
Right.
but all the payments would be going out the same. Nothing would happen in the
Right,
stock
yeah,
market.
like-
Nothing would happen.
Like there's still people at the ends of each of these economic systems that are trading their value, goods and services for these
Yeah,
papers.
All,
yeah.
all the exchanges would still work,
Right.
but the national debt would be gone.
Right.
Like, suddenly deficits wouldn't matter, and it would kind of reveal that
Are
all
you
of these are
saying-
just kind of imaginary demons that we've created to convince people that we can't have health care.
Oh my God! Are you to the new tangent? So, are you saying that the national debt crisis is a manufactured hysteria?
Oh yes.
Agree with that.
Well, I am sympathetic because I am a math guy. I love
Yeah.
math. Math makes sense to me. Math doesn't scare me.
Yeah. You
Math-
self-identify as a math person.
Oh yeah. And,
Yeah.
but most people are scared of math and are scared of big negative numbers, and that kind of gets reified
weaponized,
into an economic theory that big negative numbers are bad. And
If people had number literacy, they would understand that claiming fraud in Somali daycares at the same time that we have this presidency with this cabinet and this group clown car of grifters and conmen is an outrageous thing to be upset about.
yeah,
So I don't want to hear about
why?
that anymore. I just spilled my coffee. It's fine. It's fine. Speaking of numbers.
Yeah, I'm all for criminal justice reform, but with a big asterisk about people who try to audit, who take it upon themselves to audit daycare. So like, no, we could. Those people should be in prison for life.
You mean self-audit?
Yeah,
Yeah.
of just randomly showing up to daycares. Let me see the kids.
Right. Well,
Like, what the hell are you?
there's a
We
weird,
want the children.
just a bizarre obsession on the right with I don't know. It's too dark. Anyway,
It reminded me of the stauber, like, put in a bill that it's one of those stupid acronym bills, and it's the
he's got so many of those stupid acronym
it's-
bills on his.
it's
I can't
the-
believe he would say that.
it's and it's the Somalia Act.
Oh, yeah.
So,
And I'm
so
just
it's the I'm a racist act is what
It's-
that means. Yeah.
And like, there's so much more stuff to be pissed off these days, but that really, it's the little stuff that gets to you, that just
Yeah.
gets under your skin. Like, you just gotta do this stupid racist playground, and
like you have to balance, is it worth a response or not?
well,
I'm understanding this phenomenon as the media siloing, and this group that is upset about the Somali fraud. They believe that's the only fraud and that's the worst, and they believe it because of the media siloing. I'm trying to gracefully transition to that topic.
yeah.
I don't know if you want to talk about that.
Media siloing?
Yeah.
Well,
We can talk about it in the context of how would you address or reach, or what do you say to stauber
stand up
voters?
to that.
Oh, should we take a little break? Let me pause recording. We'll take a little break. Okay. So and we're back. So
and we're back.
we've lost a member, but that's okay. He had to go to another meeting. So Mike, we'll shout out to Mike, and we'll pick up right where we left off. JP, you wanted to talk about we'll do a little topic shift here. So let's launch into that.
so yeah, the green steel thing is, it's a big thing. I've been doing a lot of research into the hydrogen economy, and this kind of comes back to a problem in our political environmental discourse. Is there's a little too much optimism. Like,
Stop that hope.
yeah, well,
No hope here.
Hope is a great thing, and you need it, and sometimes that overwrites reality.
Yep. Yeah, I'm a pragmatist like you. I agree.
Yeah, that like if you go around and do your research, about hydrogen, you'll find a billion things about green hydrogen.
Mm-hmm.
And
It just smells of a industry lobby kind of thing,
Well,
where
it's-
those advocating for it are those who seek to profit.
well, it kind of creates a false expectation of where we are right now, the actual reality.
What you mean, like AI isn't going to solve the world
Yeah, well, it's
or solve the
so
world's
to
problems?
explain what green hydrogen is. Green hydrogen is hydrogen that is produced via renewable resources such as solar and wind,
Right.
and it's a great thing. It's carbon neutral, and as of right now in 2026, it does not exist.
Right. Like it's a pipe dream still.
Yeah, it's if you look at the numbers, actual green hydrogen is about 0.15% of all of the hydrogen that's used.
So how much, just in general, how much hydrogen are we using for energy production?
Well, we're not using any for energy production because we're creating hydrogen for chemical use.
Right. Yeah, it's a byproduct of energy production used
Yeah.
for industry. Yeah.
Yeah. So, the vast majority of hydrogen that's currently being used is gray hydrogen, which is hydrogen that's made from natural gas via steam reforming. That you
Gray hydrogen.
Gray
Today I learned.
Yes, gray hydrogen. And whenever you hear of a green hydrogen project that's going on, it's actually gray hydrogen that's actually going to be used. And then they're planning on, at some point in the idealized future,
Right.
when,
Switching over. Yeah.
yeah, that,
Meanwhile, we'll buy carbon credits and all that.
yeah,
and-
yeah. And they're not even necessarily lying. They probably believe what they're saying, but
Right.
there's this big gap between how we perceive the world to be run
Yeah.
and how it's actually being run, and that's going to really come back to bite us
kind of like we do mining, right? Like
Yeah.
that there's a holy cow, there's this perception that we have the technology to have like zero impact mining. We just have to implement it. But the reality is that whether or not it's possible, it's that pragmatically, is it feasible?
Yeah.
Like it costs money or there's other reasons. Yeah.
Yeah.
So gray
And-
hydrogen is our reality.
Yeah, and it creates a whole ton of carbon dioxide emissions, and
That's bad.
yeah, and there isn't really any talk about like green hydrogen that has actually some big problems. That it's just not very efficient to turn electricity into hydrogen.
Right.
That
Electrolysis.
yeah,
Yeah,
electrolysis.
it's kind of like, of all the ways to do it, it's just, why would you?
Yeah. And so, one of the things I found that I was researching is that there's another source of hydrogen. It's called red hydrogen, and that's where you're using nuclear power.
Okay, yeah.
Right.
This is a byproduct of fission.
Well, it's taking a yes, it's fission,
Yeah.
and not it has there's some very modern nuclear power plants that are being built these days that where the older ones used pressurized water as a coolant.
Yeah. You're talking about like the generation 5 and generation
Yeah.
6. I think they're like up to generation 8 or something.
Yeah.
But they use like pressurized helium.
Yeah.
Or liquid
They're-
helium and.
Well, no, pressurized helium.
Yeah,
Liquid
yeah.
helium
That's what
is really
that's what it
freaking
is.
cool.
But they use methods for cooling and things that prevent, like, there's no way it could have runaway.
Yeah, it's passively safe.
Yeah, critical. It can't
Yeah.
go critical, right?
Well, it has to be.
I mean,
it has to be critical.
it is going critical.
The power plant that isn't
Melt
have some level
down.
of criticality is
Yeah, but
is not running.
we need any nuclear power plant enthusiasts in our
Yes.
comments to correct us
Oh,
on our
yes.
terminology. But I know what you're
Right.
talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, but when you move into the realm of high temperature electrolysis, that
Oh, okay.
yeah, that
So
like room temperature electrolysis
Right.
is 30% efficient. That
Yeah.
you're wasting 70% of the electricity that goes into it.
Right.
And as you go up in temperature, you're doing it like 1800 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
You're starting to hit like 95%.
Yeah, and
High pressure.
we're splitting plasma.
Yeah,
Particles apart,
splitting oxygen into splitting water into hydrogen and oxygen.
Yeah.
And
At
the
1800
advantage is
degrees.
that instead of feeding it electricity, you're feeding it heat.
Right.
And
Okay, which is a byproduct of fission. And
Yep.
Yeah, that's.
and
Yeah.
so I think that like in particular, there's some designs that are coming out of China right now that
Mm-hmm.
are much more advanced than anything we're doing these days.
They just are leading the way in so many industries. If only we could have been competitive, but we
Tariffs, that'll fix it.
had to
Well-
make America great again instead.
Yeah, well, it's. I believe you mentioned like back in the like in the way that the copper nickel mine kind of went south during the 1970s. That was a point when capitalism kind of started going into terminal decline. That
Right. Yeah,
Yeah.
where we shifted away from
actually,
actual free market forces that made decisions to like private equity and the market and
yeah,
and
that,
irrational decision making.
yeah. Well, it's interesting because
Keating 5. What's the other one? The
yeah.
SNL. Yeah. Anyway,
and
throwback.
yeah, before either of us were doing anything.
Yeah.
And like the interesting with China is that they call it socialism with Chinese characteristics, and people are like, oh no, that's actually they're actually capitalist, and it's kind of
Yeah.
and it's there's some truth to that. And
They are.
I think that the big difference is that China treats capitalism as an economic model. And
Yeah, yeah.
whereas here we treat it as a divine order.
Yeah, golden
that,
calf
that,
of
that,
our, it's our identity and our culture.
That if you have wealth, that means that you're more of a person.
Yeah.
And then, like, kind of accumulates with Donald Trump that he gets into office based on the fact that he's a self-reported billionaire, and like,
Oh yeah.
that
That's
means that
exactly
he's
right.
been anointed by the market as some expert who knows
Yeah.
everything about everything.
Right. That it isn't the traditional systems of merit. It's this
Yeah.
this natural one of free market forces that have, like you said, anointed him as legitimate.
And so
Yeah.
if you look at like China's economy, particularly with their iron and steel industries, you have it starting out under Mao is completely state controlled. Then you have during the 1990s under Deng Xiaoping, it's privatized.
Right.
And then in the early 2000s, they did this specifically because of workplace safety and environmental concerns. The government actually went and bought out all of the private companies
Right.
and returned it to government control in order
Wow.
to. And yeah, they had
In order to regulate the workplace safety and
yeah, well, and that's a good example of
yeah.
what I say about like pushing a rope. That
Right.
they were like, okay, instead of making the private companies do things, we're just going to take it under
Yeah.
our
yeah, yeah.
control, and then
And
we're going to remove it from the profit motive.
I don't know if we were talking about that off camera or on camera, but what you meant by pushing a rope is expecting a corporation to comply with regulations and the promises of things like making jobs and doing it safely. You have to.
I
have
actually
some-
got the phrase from somebody a long time ago told me about the 4 rules of civil engineering.
Yeah.
Rule 1 is water flows downhill. Rule 2 is water plus dirt equals mud.
Yep.
Rule 3 is you can't push a rope.
Yeah.
And 4 is if it moves, it's broken.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Yeah, and I think that the rope pushing is a really important metaphor to understand a lot of what's going on in Washington in particular. That
Yeah.
you see all of these politicians talking about like the effort that they're putting in, that they're fighting every day, they're working hard, and
They're pushing that rope.
yeah, they're pushing that rope harder than anybody else.
You know
Like
that-
I think of like Cory Booker doing the
Oh, boy.
the 25-hour filibuster of nothing.
He's a rope.
Tell you what.
Oh my.
That locked him up on
Did
the
it-
boards.
Oh. Do you know the very next immediate action he took was to vote to confirm a Trump appointee? I don't remember what thing it was, but that was
It's like
Do you know that's the title of this? By the way, is going to be JP is tired of pushing rope.
yes, and
Push a rope uphill is the rest of the statement. I think. Right?
And it's I like the there's a in technical physics term there's a physics term called work, which is
Yeah, I know about work. It's
it's
the special work.
well, it's when you're putting energy into something that does something.
Yeah.
Like the example is if you're like the kettlebell exercise where you just hold it out
Yeah.
It just
and
makes
it's
me-
straight at it.
There's energy,
You're not doing any work.
but we're not doing any real work.
You actually have to be lifting stuff up
Right.
in order to do work because you're actually putting energy into converting energy into something else.
and the staubers of the world only recognize one kind of work.
Yeah, that's
The physics work.
it's the extraction work.
Yeah.
It's
And that's related again to the idea of the economy is sacred and money or what's the jobs or the we must protect this entity that creates our benevolent jobs.
yeah, and
Yeah.
I think that one of like my focus for economic development in the Iron Range in particular is to move stuff off from the private market into public ownership.
Oh my God, yeah.
That I did, particularly public and local ownership.
Right. I've had this dream. Sorry to
Yeah.
interject. I've had this dream of like there should be like a cooperative owned mineral resource and like uh-oh, I hope it's still recording. Okay, sorry, I bumped my keyboard. Okay, sorry, I'm gonna remake my point. There should be like a cooperatively owned mineral resource where like community members are making the decision of who's mining it. Right, kind of like that, yeah. I mean, that'd be like a little extreme.
Well, no, I think that there's no reason why the company
That sounds communist.
the company that runs the mining operations shouldn't be based out of Hibbing. Like,
Well, yeah, like
Like-
that. Even Stauber was forced to admit that recently
Yeah.
in a congressional hearing that no,
That was funny.
the companies that are mining this copper nickel are foreign,
yeah,
and that means a pure extraction of value.
And
Yeah.
the concentrate is going to be shipped to
What?
China.
In the history of the Iron Range, there's been a long legacy of goofy entrepreneurial
Yeah,
things.
yeah.
And my favorites off the top of my head are the Chopsticks factory in Hibbing,
Oh, yeah.
shrimp farming. There was even like a salmon farm up here.
Yeah.
I'm going to add data centers to that list at this
Oh.
point because that's such a goofy thing. There was one
yeah.
more goofy thing. Anyway, how? So those are privately owned things, but they were failures. What like now it's 2026. Contextualize that legacy for us.
Well, I think that well, the reason why China has nationalized all of their iron and steel and stuff is because they've identified it as a national security thing. That it's
Right.
in order to have an economy that's not at the whim of foreign powers.
Right, they own all their own production.
Yeah,
Yep.
and they did that because, frankly, their history. If you've looked at the pre-communist China, they refer to it as the century of humiliation.
I know about this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That it's like they were divided among 6 colonial powers that were just brutally ravaging the population.
Yeah, yeah.
Like
This is what led to national pride and every Chinese person becoming what's the ethnicity that
the Han.
yeah, every Chinese is Han, and that's the official dialect of China. Chinese.
That happened much earlier.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, but that's the
Yeah.
idea. Is it's about forming national
Well,
identity and pride.
Chinese history is just, it goes so far back. Like, because this whole thing about public stuff versus private stuff, there's actually it's a thing called the Discourses on Salt and Iron. It was this big economic debate between reformists and centralizers about what is it better for the government to run things or is it better for private entities to run things. And it's like, oh yeah, that sounds like something we do, but then you look at the date of it, and it actually predates the Roman Empire.
Okay,
This has happened
so
in
nothing new is under the
eight-
sun.
eight-
Yeah,
880 years BCE. They have this.
and we're still arguing about this. Huh?
Yeah, and I think that like and I find that like with the political discourse, when when a politician brings up China, they're about to launch into the stupidest stuff you've ever heard. Like, it's like that AI is the latest thing that, well, we have to, if we don't build out AI everywhere right now, like China will beat us to it, and like.
And then in the same
Which, to be
breath,
fair-
Trump has made decisions that move the United States out of the way to compete
Yeah.
in China, so that they're literally free to dominate the industry.
Yeah, I hate the word competition. Like,
Yes.
like people, it's people talk like it's a good thing, but like in sports, in order to compete, you have to be willing to lose. Like if you're going into a thing and you're not going to accept anything other than victory,
Right, boy.
then it's not a competition.
I was thinking about this recently that the last time the United States broke up a monopoly was Ma Bell, right?
Yeah.
Or was it Standard Oil? But in other words, it's a long time ago, and we're
Yeah.
overdue. And part of that breaking up of industry implies that idea that we have to have losers again
Yeah.
in a field, in an industry, in order to have competition.
And losing is the worst thing you could do.
Yeah, well, no, we don't want
Like
because they're the victims of the economy.
Well, a good example again with China is the solar power industry. That we had the whole Solyndra debacle where, oh no, the government sponsored a company and the company went broke. And if you look over in China, what's going on at the same time is that they're sponsoring thousands of,
Yeah,
they're subsidizing thousands of
in
solar
order to
manufacturing
foster competition and
Yeah, and like 90%, like 99% of those have failed. And there's like 12 now, and they're fiercely competitive with each other, and the price of solar has just collapsed.
right. So instead of saying that the government was funding losers, you could actually say the government was funding or was essentially buying innovation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it was treating capitalism as a tool, not
Right.
not as an ideology, not as a divine
An
order,
identity.
but as like a tool. Like they were like, well, we want this to happen.
Yeah.
We'll set up a capitalistic mechanism for that to happen, and they did it. It was just like a self-contained thing. We're not, and people talk about like that it's communism versus capitalism, but in China, like what they did with the iron ore industry is that they actually went back and forth a couple of times. That they were like, okay, well, we'll do state stuff until that stops working. Then we'll do private. Then when that stops getting when the private industry is leading to environmental harms and
Right.
worker safety issues. Now we're going to go back and do it
Interesting.
state-owned and take profit out of it.
So they really
It's very pragmatic.
Yeah, and they weren't so like strictly adhering to their own philosophy that
Yeah.
they were made inflexible.
Yeah, and
We
like,
could learn so much.
Oh yeah, well they learned a lot from us. Like if you
Don't do what they did.
well it's
They really did.
well no it's like if you read like Chinese policy papers,
Yeah.
you'll find stuff like this country is doing this special type of corporation and it's working for them. We should try that. And you never get that sort of thing here in the United States. You've never heard anyone ever say we need to learn from China.
Yeah, we don't believe that about us. I think Americans, as part of what it means to be an American, is we're the smartest in the room.
Yeah.
Yeah. What hubris. So to bring this to
Yeah.
maybe full circle, let's talk about the idea of privatizing versus
Nationalization.
on the Iron Range or in Minnesota in general. Like we're kind of talking about how great it is to have capitalism and so what's our future of the Iron Range?
Well, I think that, in particular, like the failing companies are the ones that should get bought out. Like that, if you're running a profitable company,
You mean just the ones that file bankruptcy?
well, that's
So hey, which mining companies file bankruptcy, Dad?
All of them.
Oh, okay.
so,
Well,
Well,
when
we're
the
done
ore
here.
runs out, the economy stinks, and it just tanks.
Yeah.
yeah.
Every industry. Well, if I would have gone to Wallace, Idaho, and worked in underground silver mines, I'd still be working there. That's the only commodity. Well, and they've hit ups and downs too. So, but they just hit a hot vein, so they got high grade that rides all this other stuff out. Taconite, like you were just saying, it's
No one.
high cost beneficiation, and pellets are now becoming dinosaurs, and nuggets are the answer.
And as we were talking off camera, that this is an industry that really wouldn't exist without the government, the state
Yeah.
government subsidizing it one way or another.
Right. So the
Yeah.
next test is to find out how much is the state going to actually continue to subsidize, because that's going to be how lax they are in enforcing restrictions on copper nickel pollution.
Right.
And so that's got to be picked up by,
So far, they seem incredibly willing, based on how much work the state agencies like the MPCA and the DNR are working to write the permitting for them.
that revealed by the first permit that they did issue.
Right.
It's
That
like,
was like a-
holy cow.
Almost fill over.
Well,
Yeah.
there wasn't any apparent difference between sulfide sequestration between copper, nickel, and taconite. There wasn't really much of an acknowledgement. And you showed that regional study before we get too far away from it. Its recommendation at the end of it, this 1979, is that the effects of the sulfide bloom of taconite, we don't know yet. It's got to be added into this big equation. And I think that's really important because here we are, help me, 20-something, 50 years later, re-looking at this thing, and it's really important to pick up, I think it's important to pick up on this whole regional study again. If there indeed is 8 to 10 billion tons, that's such a significant impact. It can't be piecemeal permitting. That's what I think that the Stauberites want, is this piecemeal permitting that allows you to just get a permit for sand and gravel and just expand it into a nuclear plant or something.
Right. There's uniquely Minnesotan, and in terms of permitting, is how there's no barrier to expanding your permit once you got it.
Yeah.
There's no public review
So
after.
people, the mining companies have long permitted small little like 5 acres at a time and expanded it to the entire operation.
Yeah.
So, did we just say something that addressed what you were talking about?
Well, I think that public ownership is the key, and you generally the easiest way to do that is
Right.
the government buys up the failing businesses and builds up from there.
So your naysayers, opponents, or non-supporters would criticize that but isn't that just
Yeah.
like opening the door for fraud or
Well,
nanny state or government, whatever hypocritical thing that they claim now?
well, it's kind of the misconception that everything has to be done for a profit. That the government can operate as
There's no other way.
as an entity that makes money, that extracts money from the people, from the environment, when it's actually the entity that prints the money in the first place.
That, to me, is the fundamental difference between the Democrats and Republicans in America, is the view of the government as like another layer of business versus the government is not seeking profits isn't the function. That ultimately they're really are the agency that does the things that are not profitable, but are in our best interest.
Yeah, and
Right.
it's kind of been obfuscated by the language that that the government invests in stuff. And I think like a good example of this is the CHIPS Act.
Yeah,
That,
that was
like-
pure capitalism.
Like
Hoorah.
it was okay. So one of like the things was to go and rebuild the semiconductor industry, and there's these. So the Biden administration set it up that like Intel would get, if they built a semiconductor fab in Arizona, they'd get all these tax breaks, and then they had to go back and say, well, you've got to build it fast, otherwise you're going to lose the tax breaks, because Intel is just kind of sitting on it.
Yeah, because it's not advantageous for them to just spend a whole bunch of money right now.
Yeah, and well, they were doing things on their own timetable because they were the government had traded away its power to its agency to these
to
to a private
compel-
to a private company that it was
Yeah.
like, wait,
To compel them to do something against their own best interests.
So that's like Congress, right?
yeah, and the solution to this would be to that the government could just buy a fab from the Netherlands, I believe, is the place that makes them.
Yeah.
They could just order one like on Amazon,
Yeah.
plop it down, and then hire Intel to run it, and then
Yeah,
also give it a government contract for making chips for the domestic market, because there's it's called supply chain security, where
Yeah.
like if you're using a government phone, you want to
Hicks
actually
knows about that.
oh yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, but where for national security purposes, you'd want to make chips that are made in America,
Right.
and like the government could go and give the fab a guaranteed contract for chips,
Right.
and then you could have the private industry that actually runs the fab. Actually, if they could figure out a way to make extra chips, they could just sell that on the market and make a profit that way. But like having the actual fab itself and be owned by the government means that you're no longer pushing a rope. You're creating a private entity that actually has the incentive to make stuff here. That actually is playing a more limited game.
You mean you turn around and you're pulling the rope instead?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's
Yeah. I'm laughing at this idea that the government would, especially in the field of chip making, people would say, well, the government can't buy a private company. And then what happened last year is that the government actually did that and became part owner of a private corporation, which is
Isn't
communism.
it a conflict of interest?
Well,
Let's
it's
see,
communist.
which one was that?
Or not communism. It's
Well, which company was that? I just didn't.
they bought a huge stake in Nvidia.
Oh yeah.
That right now.
Oh yeah.
It
Yeah.
would be called fascist state.
No, that's by definition is socialism is what I was getting at. But
Yeah. Fascism, to quote Mussolini, would be more accurately described as corporatism.
Yeah.
Like
Corptocracy.
Yep.
Okay.
That Mussolini he was actually talking about fascism. He kind of admitted that actually it'd be more accurate to call it corporatism, because
he wasn't unclear about what he was doing.
Yeah.
So the big problem with that is that the corporations can't agree on the house rules, and so they're constantly maneuvering to try to outpace the other person in some regard over regulations and government control.
Yeah, and it's kind of even worse than that. Like that was kind of like the story of up till like the 2010. That was like the story up till the 2010s. But now, like we've developed an even like later stage of capitalism, where we've got the individual people like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and David Ellison, who are buying up actual media companies. And like Elon Musk bought up Twitter,
Right.
and Bezos bought up the Washington
And running
Post.
them on a loss. They're not running for a profit, but it's the shift from competitive corporations to private equity.
Yeah, and they're skewing the coverage. They're deliberately manipulating people through centralized corporate power.
Right.
And we talk about like that we need to educate people. We need to educate the public and get them more informed. But that's only half of the story. That's again pushing a rope. If you don't deal with the fact that these billionaires have the power to reach every single person's phone at a whim, like that Elon Musk could go and have his stupid ramblings be on everybody's feed.
Right.
If you don't have,
I saw a chart recently that was showing the reach of various accounts on Twitter currently, and they're all right wing. media bloggers, and
because Elon Musk is paying them.
right. He's
He's
literally
paying them
done that.
and he's promoting them.
He bought it. Oh man, it's. I want to ask a question about what you said about all the corporations are they work sort of together to prevent the regulation from intervening on profits in America. So yet somehow we have, in other countries, there's more of a system of like what you're describing. How is this? This is just a naive question. Like, how is this working? Is this like America needs to shift its regulatory structure, or its attitude towards corporations more towards like European or?
I think it's at this point it's going to have to be a little more dramatic than that. I think that.
You mean like taxing billionaires?
No, like, yeah, I get this a lot that, what, I think that taxes would have been good as a preventative measure a couple decades ago. That if we had
Too late now. What?
taxed billionaires a bunch like back in the 90s, we could have avoided this situation. But that. There's I'm trying to remember the quote from Machiavelli, but he talked about one of the things is that you can't stab someone a little bit. If you stab them a little bit, you're just pissing them off, and they're going to come back and stab you much harder.
Yeah,
Isn't
that's
that what we just did over.
And so it's kind of like with billionaires, like, okay, so if we take away a portion of their wealth, we're just going to piss them off. They're still going to have just as much power,
Right.
and they're going to use that power to get revenge. Like if you take $1 billion away from Jeff Bezos, he still has hundreds of billions of dollars, and he's going to be willing to pay tens of billions to avenge himself for the billion that you took.
so it's not taxing billionaires.
Yeah, it's
so much.
it's seizing their wealth
it's
so that they're
jailing
not
them.
Yeah, it's just take it just like.
And oh boy, there's plenty of grounds for criminal activity. Yeah, I mean, come on.
Well, and it's like we don't even. Like the government didn't even have like an excuse for like you can look at TikTok like we didn't need an excuse.
Oh, you mean to
pass the bill to force the sale of TikTok?
Utter irony of claiming that it had anything to do with national security.
Oh yeah,
and then we have things like this ecosystem of abusive AI that has just allowed all the data of every individual to just be out free on the internet. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it was like we can't let China be spying on us. We gotta sell to an American, so an American is spying on us.
Well, we're gonna let Israel spy on us. That's Thanks.
What's wrong with Portugal? They can spy on us.
Well, that was.
I lived in Portugal for a while. I love.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
that's pretty cool. I didn't know.
Yeah, it's actually.
Did you go on that walk from France to?
No.
500 miles.
What's it called?
If I could walk 500 miles.
Anyway, yeah.
No.
What the hell are you talking about?
No, I lived.
The channel?
I actually lived there before the EU got really going.
Oh.
So like they actually had their own currency then.
Oh, cool.
And also their Portugal back in the 90s, in the early 90s, was I like to think of it was probably the most libertarian place that I've ever lived. Like
really,
you don't really appreciate, like there were just no, the legal system just did not exist. Like it was funny. Like when you go from customs from Portugal to the United States, you'd have to wait a big line. You have to go do all these things. But when you were going from the United States to Portugal, it was. You literally walked down a hallway, and there was a guy in a chair smoking a cigarette, and then
you come on,
and then he was just sitting there smoking, and like if you stopped and like looked at him, if you looked at him for like 30 seconds, he would be visibly annoyed, make eye contact, and do a little waving motion, just like.
Change your mind.
Like, have you been to Portugal before? Like,
Do you want me to look at something? I don't care about your passport.
Yeah, like just
Do you have one? I don't care.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
and
In other contexts, like how did that, like that was positive, negative, or like a problem, or
there are positives like that. If you were going to like a historical site, you could just go there. There wasn't there wasn't any signs, there weren't any fences, there weren't any guides. There was just like some old
another guy with a cigarette, like
yeah, well, no,
ahead.
there wasn't even that guy. Like you could literally go there and just be all of yourself.
Right.
Along like Dolomites, there were hundreds of thousands of years old Templar castles that were centuries old, and like you could just wander around with them. And like,
what kind of protects that from the public? Is that or from exploitation? Is it just
there
culture?
Well, back in the 90s, there was nothing.
Oh yeah, it was the 90s.
Nowadays, now that they've integrated into the EU,
Yeah.
that now there are tour guides, there are crowds,
Right.
and also notably, in particular in Lisbon, there are fancy cars. There were fancy cars back in the 90s because, oh my God, traffic was the most dangerous thing in the world. Like that. Like under their fascist dictatorship, like everything had been tightly controlled, and cars were very much a new thing to the population, and they're just the most reckless drivers you could ever see.
This is just
I can just see it.
rule. The only rule is survive on the road.
Get through first.
It's like you were taking your life into your own hands.
Yeah.
You were on the road in Portugal. Like they, my parents tell a story about the bus drivers union for the American school that they had tried to get the bus drivers to stop. They were stopped to try. The bus drivers would drink 3 bottles of wine on their lunch break.
Yeah.
And the school would pay for it.
Sure. Yeah. It's their budget. It's lunch.
And
Hydrate and health.
and the school said, like, can we at least not pay for it? Can we at least not pay for your wine?
Can we have some boundary?
And the bus driver's like, sure, you can drive your kids to school.
Yeah. Go ahead.
If you want to drive your kids to school, you're happy. Well, you're happy to do that.
Fine. Go ahead.
And they went to the government and were like, the government was like, well, just wine's cheap. Just pay for their wine. It's like, what is that? Like $20 a day?
Yeah.
Like,
right.
What
are we talking about here? Like,
what do you expect us to do about
what
it?
kind of wine? Is this like 99 points on the scale? What's this wine spectator scale?
And
box wine.
And
okay.
and that was part of that was that
the Portuguese.
Portugal had a fascist government under Salazar up until the mid-70s.
Yeah.
And so the 1990s, that was like less than 2 decades old.
They're still figuring this whole free capitalism thing out.
Like they just overthrown, like the little bus drivers had just like overthrown the government.
Still in the collective memory.
What's the government going to do to a labor union that? And
they kind of do the whole, come at me,
And so I've spent a lot of time studying the Portuguese Revolution. It's called the Carnation Revolution.
Oh, wow.
And
it's a thing I didn't know about. That's pretty cool.
And it was a peaceful revolution,
Oh.
which, though, like one of the first things that they tell you in Portugal when they talk about that is that you actually get quite a bit of leeway on violence in a peaceful revolution. Like people do actually die.
Like punches were thrown.
Yes, there was actually quite a bit of violence, but if
we kept the property damage to a minimum.
Well, or just kept it to property damage and loss of life. And so I've been studying that, and I think that one of the things that I learned in Portugal is that, like, the Communist Party there is just an actual party, like the Democrats and the Republicans.
Right.
They just run any elections they have, hold parliamentary seats, and they're actually the oldest operating party in Portugal. They predate the fascists.
They've always been there.
Yeah, they
just saying, "Come on, guys, just try it."
And during the Carnation Revolution, that it was first of all there was the inciting event where the women put the the soldiers were called out onto the streets to restore order, and then women came out and put carnations in their rifles.
Oh, that's
where the-
yeah, okay. It kind of sparked my. I think I've heard something about the, like as I was reading about revolutions at one point, and
Yeah.
I'm trying to read about the Philippine
And
Revolution. That's where that came from. Okay.
And that's where the story ends
Yeah.
in, as far as Americans are concerned. But
Yeah.
actually, there was a ongoing revolutionary process that there were a total of 9 different provisional governments. They were formed and broke apart before they actually managed to settle on it. And there is an interesting event that I think is a good model for the United States. Is they called it the hot summer of 1973, and so Salazar's fascism that had it was again corporatism, that there had been all of these very linked corporations that had just dominated the Portuguese economy.
Right.
And over the summer of '73, the communists, with a kind of a coalition with the socialists and the social democrats, took power, and they nationalized a full 70% of the Portuguese economy.
Huh.
Just
the government buying businesses, or
oh no, they just took them. Like this was they were far past the buying
Right.
stage. That was no, it's we're taking them at gunpoint.
I mean, the guy.
Get out of here.
I imagine the guy at each of these businesses was
Yeah.
sitting on the chair with the
Yeah.
cigarette. I go, yeah.
yeah, no, we're just taking this over
Yeah.
now. And if you some communists go and kind of poo-poo it and say this is a failed communist revolution because they didn't get
It's
to
not pure
'cause
communism.
They were going for 100%.
It's
What were you
only
thinking?
real communism if it comes from the Loire Valley of France. Otherwise,
Yeah.
it's just sparkling revolution or something.
Yeah. And well, it's a good example of you're never going to get more than you ask for. Like
Right.
you did get to 70. They didn't do 70% by asking for 70%. They went for 100, and then
Yeah.
they got 70%, and that's when people were kind of backed off and said, "Okay, that's enough."
Okay, can I use that as a full circle moment?
Yeah.
In the context of getting what you asked for, or what you not what you asked, what you asked, is advocating for what you want. I should say it
Yeah.
like that. In that context, what should Minnesota be asking for?
Full control of the natural resources, like that.
Jeez.
I would go for.
You
prob-
radical, you.
Yeah, it's like I'd go with a three-way split of a third owned by the federal government,
Right.
a third owned by the state, and
Yep.
a third owned by the municipal and county governments. Like,
But like when I hear people say, when I first heard the Better in Our Backyard group was a
Yeah.
thing that's what I thought it meant.
yeah,
No. Well, and another thing along those lines is the idea that we're talking about Lutzig at Antofagasta. The proposal up there on Birch Lake was entirely privately funded.
yeah,
And I would think that it should be kind of obvious why that is a massive problem, is having privately funded extractive industry in Minnesota. There's no, to finish my thought, there's no accountability. At least if you have investors, there's some accountability to make good on promises that, yes, we're going to operate a mine and make money and pay for jobs. With private funding, you can, you don't have to. You can run it at a loss, which is what private equity does. But anyway.
well, it's better to. What's better than accountability is just having the power in the first place. Like,
Right.
it's always the language of accountability is always that you've given somebody else the power, and now you're trying to hold them accountable. You're always kind of behind the ball and trying to make somebody else do something when you could have
Right.
just kept
It's-
the power.
it's a little-
When you could have just taken the power yourself.
So it's like reactive instead of proactive.
Yeah, and like the Portuguese Communist Party could have like for the first part of the revolution, they were like probably trying to make these big conglomerates that had come together under Salazar. They'd probably try to make them to make like workers' reforms of improving their stuff, and then
Right.
like that.
Sounds like all the like lofty good ideas that happen right before a power vacuum
Oh,
takes
yeah.
over.
Yeah,
Tried to.
Right.
yeah.
So, I had a thought in my poor little head,
Yeah.
and it's just it lost. Anyway, in Minnesota, let's see if I can talk my way out of it. In Minnesota, we have. Oh man, I'm gonna edit out this awkward pause.
That's all right.
Anyway, keep talking.
Uh,
I really wish I could remember what my thought was.
Yeah, and well, and I think that because I believe in taxing the rich, but taxing the rich means taxing like millionaires.
Right.
For taxes aren't enough for the billionaire class.
Right, so
you need to just take all of their money at once.
So we have a billionaire
or-
problem.
Yes.
Right. It needs to be
That's
illegal
a
to be a
rocket.
billionaire.
So we're back in the
Did-
1880s with Rockefeller.
You know they own the whole government. It just is theirs. I mean, it's essentially like a soft coup.
It's actually I think that it's legitimately we've had more power that's concentrated than at any point ever in
God,
history.
yeah.
Like
There's
when you
never
think
been
about it,
billionaires
like-
before.
Well, I think of like comparing to like ancient Egypt, like there you had this pharaoh
Right.
that's a god king,
Right.
but at the same time, no one actually like if you're like the guy building the pyramid, you never actually see the guy, you never talk to the guy. He's
So in
just
other words-
you just see a guy way up on a podium.
Yeah, their
somewhere.
influence on our culture
like-
that culture was
Yeah.
limited.
Yeah, and like Louis XIV, he runs the state, but like
Right.
the everyday French citizen doesn't have a phone, doesn't hear his rants on a daily basis.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
that's the thing about
Oh.
the people these days. It's not just that they
The-
control
the
like
immediacy.
they control our attention. They control every moment of our lives. We're like Donald Trump posted this morning about that he's going to destroy a civilization, and
Right.
we all have to deal with that in our lives every day.
Right.
Or for the waiting till this evening to find out what the hell he's talking about, like,
Right.
whether he's just talking out of his ass or if he's actually planning to like nuke a country.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
And-
that's
And
a
like
good
no
point.
one's ever had to deal with it. We've had
Right.
tyrants and dictators that had all the power, but
I think a lot about how we're finding out with like the what's the iceberg of Epstein influence
oh yeah,
is that it turns out everything that has like a big one is the Me Too movement that happened in the mid 2000s
oh yeah,
or early 2010s that led to people of power for the first time having some modicum of accountability, and then it went away. And we find out that it had a lot to do with Epstein because he didn't like it.
yeah.
Me too.
Right. So the Me Too movement, that
Yeah.
that got Harvey Weinstein some kind of negative public attention. What happened to that? Like the like social
Well-
momentum died off, and the reason why was
Well,
that there was a social media campaign that led to the rise of the alt-right.
Well, I think that there is a certain amount of what I like to call malicious compliance.
Right.
That I think that you kind of saw that about with Al Franken, and
Yeah. Well,
like
sad.
I was
Garrison Keillor.
yeah. Well, I think particularly to Al Franken because
Right. That was a
it was. Well, because the process wasn't good. Like
Right.
we can argue whether or not his behavior warranted removal from office, but what stuck with me was the fact that he asked for like a formal process where they could go and actually lay out the evidence and do that, and
faces accuser.
well,
What was-
just like
Explain.
have like an actual like
Yeah.
Yeah.
formal like where we have sets actual standards that he gets removed by, and there was no patience for that. Kirsten Gillibrand in
Camelot.
particular,
I'm thinking of the movie Camelot.
yeah,
That was a Camelot moment where he was forced to sort of live. Yeah, I mean, that's what you're talking about. Is
yeah, and Kirsten Gillibrand in particular was the one that was at the forefront of the mob and saying no. And I think that was kind of it was one playing to the crowd, but it was also, okay, you want accountability for these people. How about we give it to you in the worst possible manner to make it, we're going to force it on you in the worst possible manner. We're not going to try to do it in a responsible way that sets a good example for the future. We're just going to, if you want it, you're going to get it the worst way possible. And I think that was, I don't know how deliberate that was, but
what happened? Like, we went from this like idea that we need to believe women at all context, and so then that's what Al Franken was sort of saying is, yeah, let's have this formal, but then I'm not making my point about what happened, but
I think that they went about it. They complied with the demands of Me Too in a way to maximize the reaction. That they didn't try to do it right; they did it wrong, so that they wouldn't have to do it ever again. And I think that, like, when you look at the individuals involved, like Kirsten Gillibrand, she went after she got rid of Al Franken, she kind of did a 180 and supporting other people like Andrew Cuomo, who are actually accused of much worse.
right.
And I think that was kind of like the plan all along, is to go and...
It was Kirsten Gillibrand. That's right. I'm having this oh yeah, I remember all these things. But
yeah, can you tell that I'm autistic and politics is my special interest?
well, do you want to see how many tabs I have open on my computer?
Yeah, I saw your
Yeah.
desktop. I saw your desktop.
Yeah,
and that hits me right in the heart.
I mean, everything is interesting to me. That's my problem.
Well, how many tabs do you have open? I'll compare it with my phone.
I'm like in the 1500s or something. And then on my phone, I have another, I lost count. Oh, my phone's right there.
Yeah.
And then
each one of them could have access to your computer.
all these tabs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, good luck.
Fishing,
Personally,
Yeah.
my heart lies in my bookmarks folder.
Oh, no.
Because I want to talk about all the 10 topics. I was diagnosed with ADHD as an adult.
Oh, yeah.
And one of the things that's hard is I remember things, but I don't remember what it was or where I found it.
Yeah.
And so I started keeping track of. I had a system for my bookmarks, right? And it's like thousands and thousands of pages, and it's my Rolodex of thoughts, and it's really important to me. Like everything I learn, I have to like record that I learned it somehow. So I have all this like, to me, it's a resource. Maybe I don't know. I always think about like if I. Of all the things I care about in my legacy, like I hope someone, like after I'm gone, can use my bookmarks folder for their own. It's a library of information.
For me, it's I have this need to attribute anything. If I've learned something from a particular subject, I have to know where I got it from. I can't just say, I came up with this on my own, because that's like I feel like such a fraud if I just say like.
There's that phenomenon of remembering things that didn't happen. What's that called? Like people.
The Mandela effect.
Yeah, is that where it is? Where people think that
Mandela died in prison.
Yeah, and then later on died not in prison, but that's the worst, because if I remember that I read something and I can't find it again, it's just like, where did it go? I need to prove it. Yeah. I'm there with you. I want to come back to our Minnesota economy, but I want to ask you about. You said you were diagnosed as an adult.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so was I, and that was really, really an important moment for me.
Yeah.
It was after I went through high school, college, my undergrad, grad school. Only when I was done and turned in my thesis did I decide that I needed to deal with my having like tremendous anxiety, and went to a doctor, and he said, "You have ADHD," and I started taking meds, and my world changed.
Yeah.
So, can you talk about that in your life?
Oh yeah, it's such a weird thing of finding out that you have a disability in your 30s. It's kind of like, like it's like a special confluence of factors that it has to be like bad enough to be disabling, but somehow also not bad enough that you didn't find out about it.
Yeah, like, I mean, I've been doing okay this whole time.
Like,
What
yeah.
happened?
And for me, it was, I couldn't find employment.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And which I never,
That happened to me. I was unemployed when I got diagnosed, too.
which when you're a math prodigy, nobody ever for once tells you, oh yeah, you're gonna have trouble finding a place for that.
Yeah, they
Like-
tell you you'll be fine.
Like, anyway, because I was like two people were talking about majors. They were talking like, okay, well, engineering is great, except for the math.
Yeah.
Like,
That's always the barrier
you
to
can
entry.
be a physicist, except it's great, except for some math. Or you can be a
Right.
doctor, some math. I was like, well, I can see the through line here. How about I just
Yeah.
go for the
What
part?
if I'm really good at the math?
What if I specialize in the part that everybody fears?
Yeah, then I'll
And-
be. It's like you're like a Pokemon, and that's
Yeah.
all your stats are
And
in
then-
math ability or something.
And then I find out in my 30s that in order to get one of those jobs, you have to make eye contact. You have to look them in the eye and be confident and
Own the room.
yeah. And that turned out to be a big deal. Like I had been coasting on my ability, but then once I entered this capitalistic environment, the roadblocks.
I mean,
kept
people have to
coming.
like me. You know what my version of that is so I went to I was working as a paraeducator with my undergrad, and then all my teacher friends said, go to get your master's in education. You know, it'll be easy. They said, you'll have fun, right? So I did, and I barely survived my student teaching. And what I found out was uniquely difficult for me was lesson planning, grading, and classroom management. And each of those things are things that are like, well, if you had ADHD, that would be really hard.
Yeah.
You know, I was having trouble with like paying attention with what was going on in the classroom at the time, and I had trouble with like finishing things at deadlines because it wasn't interesting. Like, so it was like, oh, I'm qualified to do this, but I really, really don't like it because it's the skills that are specifically hard and not fun for me. Yeah. So that was my version of like, you know,
Yeah.
having to make eye contact and not finding that tolerable.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
so I spent a couple years unemployed. I eventually got on disability, which was, oh my God, a godsend. We have not talked about healthcare, but we need Medicare for all so fucking
Oh my
bad.
God, yeah. Like
I mean,
just to
what-
protect people from the industry of
Well-
healthcare.
well, like they're just protect people from stress. Like
Yeah,
you can,
right.
like you.
Stress.
Yeah,
Stress
you.
is an environmental toxin. It
Yeah.
like destroys your body at
That's
a several
disabling.
different level.
Yeah.
And like I hate
I
the
know.
notion. I've got from what listening to politics. I've got like words that I hate. Like access is one. Like if somebody's talking about, oh, we should have access to healthcare, that means something different than
That means-
actually having.
Yeah,
healthcare.
yeah, because that still means that. Well,
It's-
it was here, and now the excuse is that you're lazy or
well,
something.
you
yeah.
had a chance at it.
Yeah.
But sorry,
Right.
sorry,
You didn't
fin-
jump through our hoop, so
Yeah.
yeah.
And another one is job opportunities. Like,
Yeah, those are psyop kind of language
Yeah,
tools
it's-
that are used.
it's
I remember
promising
doing
a process instead of results.
that. Right.
Well,
I just remembered a thing I
So
have
is
to
that
write
the
down.
difference between scientists and engineers?
Wait, I know the answer to this.
I think.
Engineers are just screwing around. No.
Well,
It's processes and results.
I'd say. So, I'm trying to say this. I don't that I'm truthful, but I also don't really offend anyway. I think scientists are engineers that have an imagination, and
No, I agree with that, yeah.
And engineers are scientists that actually have to deal with consequences.
Right.
Okay, I'll go with that. Yeah, yeah.
Like,
I don't think that offends at all. I think that's
Well,
actually
the engineer has to put his name on
like
kind of like
whether it's going to be reliable
right.
or not.
if
That's
If
a
it's going to
consequence.
fly or
Yeah, yeah.
drive on it. Yeah.
if a scientist fakes the work, they can.
Yeah.
They have to retract a paper. If
Yeah.
an engineer fakes their work, people die.
Well,
Yeah,
you
right.
just get a different peer review, and so then you go on with another
Yeah.
study, or
so the difference between scientists and engineers is whether or not tenure is something everybody wants you to have or no one wants you to have.
so a piece of this aspect that we're talking about is that we're not qualified to discuss this.
Who you? Me?
I've been flapping my gums, and
As a ADHD haver, I'm qualified to learn everything.
well, you're a scientist,
Apparently, I have an undergrad in biology.
right? You're a scientist. I'm a scientist that has to apply science to
Math is a science.
right.
I
to-
will say that.
to end up with
It's the
something-
purest science.
Yeah,
right?
right.
We're a level above science.
Yeah. The
Well,
language that you all use, you little physicists and chemists.
Well, it's been used as one of the stoppers, so that
That's a barrier of entry.
well, no, it's a communication stopper.
Oh, I thought terminated cliche.
Right.
Yeah, my favorite.
So you're not a scientist, or
No authority. That's just a. My other favorite topic is logical fallacies and cognitive bias. Oh my God, I could dork out. But that's a cognitive specific biases that appeal to authority.
yeah, right,
Yeah.
right. So
It's used a lot in the discussion about regulation, and that we only trust
Trust
the science, right?
Which, I particularly in politics, I think that like to win this district, you need to anybody who believes in the science is already voting Democratic. That if you believe the environmental scientists, you're
Right.
probably already
Yeah.
voting Democratic.
Yeah,
So,
I see what you mean.
so it's
But it's the right that's using it right now to as a weapon. Like they really believe that the idea of sulfate limits is not scientific, and so they're saying we need to trust the science because they believe that it's in their, it'll come out in their favor.
yeah.
Right.
Well, that's the whole conservative project going back of that they're creating their own parallel science academia,
right.
where they're all paid by the fossil fuel.
I asked
companies.
ChatGPT and it told me you're wrong.
But anyway, so
Yeah, sorry.
Going back to the autism, eventually my mom, who been my champion in all of this, found a startup out in North Dakota in Fargo. It was based off of a Danish company, Specialisterne. It's Danish.
That
for
sounds
the,
Danish.
Yeah, it's Danish for the specialists.
Yeah.
And it was a startup focused on unlocking the potential of autistic people, getting
Yeah.
autistic people jobs.
Oh, okay, cool. That's
Yeah, and they
I love
were
that.
started with one class of 5 or 6 people. I was one of them, the very first.
You're a founder. Did you say this is North Dakota?
Yeah, Fargo.
Wow. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, and
Little pockets of progressivism.
yep.
That's what we're going with.
And I was the oldest one there.
Cool.
Of the classes, so
Yeah.
I became kind of the official head autist.
the chaplain.
Professional autist.
I was kind of the foreman. Then I was like,
What should we do?
I have the biggest autism. If your autism goes against mine will win. That actually happened at several points.
I'm more artistic than you. Prove it. How many digits of pi can you recite?
And like the one thing that really drew me to the organization was that their interview process was Legos. They had to they gave you one of those Lego kits and you had to assemble it.
This exists, huh?
And,
I love this.
Like I went there and was like, I am getting this job. Like
Yeah.
you
Get out of my way. Give me those
Like-
Legos.
I will prove that I am
Yeah.
the best at this.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Well, you don't need to do anything else. You went. You passed. Yeah.
Yeah.
God, I love this so much.
And one of the cool things was that they actually had it was actually applied to everybody. The non-autistic people also had to assemble Legos.
As a baseline.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
This is boring. Get out.
and it was a really great experience. I kind of wish that they had done a reality show on it because there's some of the highest drama you've ever seen.
Oh, no kidding.
And
How long were you there?
in Fargo, I was there for like 7 years.
Wow. Okay. Cool. So yeah, you get to be part of this thing for.
Yeah, and it was really cool. Although it was very much a shoestring operation where,
Yeah.
like, they had sent a woman over to Denmark to go and find out what the system was, and she came back and said, "Well, there's really not much of a system. It's
We're on our own.
yeah."
Yeah. So how are they doing now?
I'm not sure. There was some capitalism happened.
Capitalism.
Tends to, especially with a little Christy Gnome going on.
Yeah, well, it was being funded by a venture capitalist guy, and he had an autistic son,
Yeah.
and it turns out that his son's problem was that the son just wasn't interested in venture capital. You know, like I listened to a podcast afterwards about the guy who fired me and the venture capitalist guy were talking, and he was like, "Oh yeah, the kid just likes working on a farm with animals," and
Yeah.
I kind
His
of
niche is something else. Turns out.
yeah, he just likes a different type of work. And,
Yeah.
unfortunately, that kind of came at my expense to a degree.
Yeah. So that was the end of the. So instead of creating a self-sustaining thing, it ended up being
Well, I don't know. I
rope pushing.
parted ways with it. I don't
Yeah.
know if it. There was. Well, and to be honest, one of the things that I did at that job was working with scanning in medical records for the Ann Carlson Center,
Right.
and that experience actually got me my current job at Essentia. So
Right.
I can't say that I honestly, well, like when I, like the way I like to talk is like one of the first conversations I had with the woman who hired me in the beginning was that she said, "We're looking to exploit you," and that was music to my ears.
Yeah, unless you're upfront about it. Yeah.
Well, it's
And the
Well-
person when you feel like you have a skill that is like no one else wants.
well.
Yeah, it's like let me sell you my special ability.
It was music to my ears because back in the day when I got diagnosed, first thing I did was Google autism, and like the most soul crushing. I got the most soul crushing results because one thing, everything was like, "Oh, so your kid has autism."
Yeah.
Like the
Oh,
fact
yeah.
that I would be autistic and searching
Oh,
for
I
stuff.
I had that moment too. Like, not me. I'm not one of those kids.
Yeah.
Yeah. As an adult.
And there's also stuff like charities that were selling goods made by people with autism, handcrafted things made by people with autism, and it's just like, oh God, this is the
more to
worst.
do.
Here's one of my ADHD bookmarks folders.
Oh, yeah.
Is my when I was researching meds. Here's the one on papers. Let me show you for those at home. I'm looking at my computer.
Oh yeah,
I'm not
we're
going
looking at his computer.
Yeah, I'm not going to share my screen right
This
now.
is the
but-
most fascinating thing I've
Yeah,
seen.
like this is when I was researching headaches. You know, which is
types of migraines, abdominal migraine.
cervicogenic headaches. Yeah.
The 19th century Doctor Who mapped his hallucinations.
Here's my favorite: is I have a folder called Health Info and Refutes with Science. So this is my anti RFK Jr. folder. This one's long. Yeah. Long.
Yeah.
Yeah. It goes on and on. and on.
Just to say, fuck RFK Jr.
Yeah, that's a given.
Yeah.
Because I think he thinks that you are, as an autism or an autist. What's the
Autistic.
as an autist,
Yeah.
That you have no value to society. And,
Yeah. That.
And that, no, I'm not sure if anything makes me angrier than the idea that people who are different in any way are not like. That's just the grossest thing to believe that everyone. Yeah, I hope that someone else can internally finish my thoughts. 'Cause
Yeah.
it's just too.
Well,
infuriating.
one of my fantasies about running for office was the possibility of someday being able to run a congressional hearing.
Oh yeah,
And,
that'd be fun, right?
well, to actually, because that would be, now the autist has the power. Now,
Yeah.
Because,
Oh, man.
like, one of my rules would be clarifying that, yes or no questions must be answered with either a yes,
Yeah.
a no, or a I can't answer.
Right.
Like-
And then
Not enough information.
and
that-
and no pontificating or no.
And in order to explain, you must first answer.
Right.
You do not. If you are not allowed to explain unless you are explicitly asked to
Yeah.
explain.
Like so, there's some Robert's Rules of Orders here that we all need
it's
to.
like, then it'll be if I ask you a yes or no question,
Yeah.
and you start saying, well, it's complicated, then no. Cut you off, you've declined to answer.
What really you're kind of saying is as an autist where you've had to play by
All
these
those
social rules.
yeah.
What you're asking for is a level playing field.
Uh,
Yeah. So I mean,
I'll settle for a level playing field.
In a moment.
I would prefer absolute power.
yeah.
Like,
I mean,
no, this is my world. You.
Speaking of absolute power, I wanted to ask you if the program of the thing I can't pronounce in Dutch.
Special Easterner.
If
It's pronounced Special Easterner. Is it the other coast than from Westerner?
but you have to say it with an accent.
No, if you say Special Easterner, that's basically the accent.
Special Easterner. Okay, this is like I don't understand Dutch.
Yeah.
Moment. Okay, so
I don't either. I just.
in your experience there, is there anything that like what kind of brought us to that is talking about how our social safety net is, like you said, the idea of access to things,
Yeah.
and these are things that really limit people, and people who are qualified, who but can't play by our normal rules,
Yeah.
are left out. Is there anything in that experience that you would apply to helping, Minnesota, this district, or?
Well, I think that there's a good plan already existing. It's Medicare for all. I'm not going to go and try to reinvent a wheel
Right.
when I get to Congress. I think,
Bernie's already done that.
well, yeah, at AOC, and it's a government program that works, and we just
Right.
need to apply it to everybody. And I think that my big contribution would be to reemphasize like how simple it is. Like this is literally, we just mail everybody Medicare cards.
Mm-hmm.
And my focus on it would be complete elimination of administrative barriers. That
Yeah.
how when you register to go to vote in Minnesota, you can register right at the polls.
Yeah.
Healthcare should be like that. That you can sign up for that.
So like you
should
go to the
have
emergency room and they're like,
Yeah, they
fill
could,
out this one pager.
well, no, they could fill it out for you.
Right.
That it's filled out.
I
at
see
the-
you're unconscious. Let's help you.
Yeah, like they could just bill Medicare, and then like people talk about like the costs of healthcare. I think the costs are important. There should be a guy figuring that out. He should be like me,
Right.
and he should be figuring it out for everybody.
Yeah.
That as a person who needs healthcare, you should never like that should be a thing. You should go to the because.
So
Like this whole thing about like there's eligibility, you have to sign up beforehand. And,
yeah.
Because one of the things I've been talking about is like healthcare that works for young men who jump off of stuff to impress their friends. Like that's the level of responsibility that you have to design the healthcare system for. Like
Right.
people will not enlighten themselves to make your healthcare policy work. They will be
Right.
stupid and short-sighted, and you have to work with that. You can't demand a better public to serve.
Like in every other context, and then in healthcare context in lots of other countries, the case can be made that there's almost always, like, it's in all of our best interests to help everyone.
Yeah.
You know, like, well, you deal with records and stuff, and
Yeah.
there's a lot to be said about how people don't understand the idea of like waste, you know, or how I'm trying to make a point, but it's like an ADHD thing where now I'm like,
It just evaporates.
well, like the road to get to where I'm thinking is too long, so I'll abandon that
Yeah.
train of thought.
You
But
get
yeah.
bored.
Oh, I was going to say, I work on an ESCO now, but when I first got the job, I was working out of the old warehouse in West Duluth.
Okay,
And
cool building.
like one of my things I brought to people is that it actually was kind of like a mining job. There's
Yeah.
actually a very there was harsh artificial lighting,
Yeah.
but like no windows.
Yeah, yeah.
It was simultaneously cavernous
Yeah.
and claustrophobic.
Yeah, there's like dust and,
And
health
it
hazards.
came down like covered in dust every single day, and most of the job was taking stuff and loading it into
Yeah.
basically mine carts of like
Yeah.
shredded bins.
Yeah.
Just loading up these mine carts and shipping them out.
Yeah,
To the,
just another day at the quarry.
yeah, it was
Yeah.
like, it's actually
That's kinda cool.
there's a lot of overlap.
Like, yeah, I can work underground.
Yeah,
I've been there. You put that on a resume.
yeah,
A long paragraph of
Yeah,
what this, and then ended with essentially underground mining.
yeah,
Yeah.
And it was just this like huge undertaking. It is, and I was there all the way to the end. In the end, like I literally swept up the dust that was left afterwards.
So you finished. I mean, that's an amazing kind of accomplishment
Yeah.
is in government work. Too. Well, that wasn't government work. That was
Well,
private.
it's private. It's essentially it's private,
Yeah,
and
but I mean, it's
But-
there's an analog in government.
yeah,
that,
it's
exists.
well, we're mostly paid by the government, like
Right.
that.
Which is a point that for all the people who say keep the government out of private business, holy cow, most of the billions of dollars paid to these corporations to make them so huge has been paid by the government. So
Yeah, and to be clear, like, even the corporation, like I say, what with healthcare, there's actually two healthcares. There's the healthcare industry that like actually works with patients, and then there's also the insurance industry.
Yes, yeah.
Which is just completely parasitic. It is.
Yeah.
Actually, during that summer I was working, I took I was pulled off from the warehouse duty to work in the business center to stuff envelopes because United Healthcare had been screwing over Essentia by not promptly paying for stuff or authorizing stuff, and so got paid good.
What?
And so I got paid like good money to stuff envelopes that we were sending to all of the patients, telling them that if you have United Healthcare, we're going to be canceling your appointments, and
This is heartbreaking.
if you're like in the middle of cancer, these are the steps you take to keep it. And it was just like,
Well, yeah.
Switch
we're
to all
mailing
of
this out to everybody.
So like
Yeah.
you feel compelled to like add a little note like
I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry.
Look, I honestly felt like the Unabomber. Like I'm sending like little
Yeah.
mail bombs to everybody. Like
Right.
I'm just doing.
well, like you said, so parasitic, but also at that point predatory. Well, what's another carnivorous? I don't know. I'm trying to think of another analogy, but that's really amoral.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
Victimization.
and like when the Luigi Maggioni thing
That's what I was thinking,
happened that fall, I was
Right.
just like,
I think the collective response to that in America really shows where the public is at with.
well,
We know this is wrong.
like I think,
Yeah.
well, if you paid attention, like the nurses were like the most bloodthirsty of like,
Yeah, I remember that.
like, oh my god.
Because there's such a there's a doctor I can't remember what. This is a doctor I follow on, I think, at YouTube or something like that, and she's mostly just made her account to just talk about the frustrations of the insurance industry. And it is so frustrating, enraging, and heartbreaking all at the same time about what we're doing to people just to get health care. That if there's any priority in America, I think it's got to be stopping that abuse. So I want to give you a chance to use this megaphone for anything you want politically or for your campaign before
Before we wrap this up?
well, I don't know I'm not sure if I'm ready to wrap this up.
Okay.
I just wanted to, before I go on my own personal tangent, I just want you to
Oh, please.
yeah
I'm here for all of the tangents.
okay, maybe I should go on a
yeah.
short tangent. Okay, let's since this is something about mining, I gotta ask you, what about the term critical minerals? Oh, good, you have the same reaction I do. I hate this so much. I hate the term critical minerals.
Oh,
It's a PSYOP term, right?
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Oh.
You're my favorite candidate so far.
Yes. Oh, thank you. Well, national security is it's a great reason to do anything. You could justify damn near anything in terms of national security.
Yeah,
Which,
like oh my God, police brutality or
well,
Or elections.
like
election fraud or any
Yeah.
egregious crime. Yeah.
Well, and also, we also in this country we have a phenomenon I like to call war communism, where
yeah.
we make all these capitalist rules, but if something like important happens, we feel free to discard them all.
Mm-hmm.
Like one of the examples is
This is the worst like board game players are making these rules.
yeah, it's like. Like if the system itself is right, we could do we could change all the rules. Like
Yeah.
one of the great things that and then we forget it all. That's the
Yeah.
That's the funny thing.
Yeah, the collective memory is like
it
zero.
just disappears.
Yeah.
Like a good example is that we did actually at one point have universal daycare in this country.
Yeah.
And that was because it was World War II, and the women
Yeah.
had to go. The
Yeah.
men went overseas, and the women went to the factories.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
all the kids went to government daycare.
Yeah, but we could justify it with some patriotic.
Well, it was what was
Bit.
necessary.
Yeah.
We couldn't do anything else. But then,
Right.
and
It's not necessary now, though.
well,
the
and
war.
then it ended after the war,
Yeah.
and then we've kind of just agreed to pretend like that never happened, like we never were able to just do
Yeah,
that one
yeah,
day.
it's like-
it wasn't like we didn't even have to build a program. We just like decided one day, okay, well, we need to do X, we
Yeah.
need to send the men overseas, so we need to fill the factories. We need to
Like these
okay,
basic-
so now we give the women the role in the factories. We had never contemplated the idea that women could actually do factory work. That was just biologically impossible.
When we found out
until
they
it actually
could.
needed to happen. Then we had them.
It was
all.
almost like that was
then
the
they
problem
were
to
better.
correct. Like, oh,
Yeah,
we gotta.
yeah. Okay, so now
The men are back. Go home.
As it turns out, they can actually do factory work just
yeah.
as good as any
I
man.
bet men could cook and clean too.
Yeah, and then we said, okay, we need something to do with the kids when they're not at school. Now, okay, we'll do better. We'll do daycare.
Right.
And then the war ends,
Yeah.
and we end all the daycares. We kick all the women out of the factories,
don't
and we
acknowledge it
forget
happened.
it all.
Yeah,
And none
it's-
of that ever happened
It's
before.
replaced by this mythology of a better time.
And then
you know?
suddenly, women can't work in factories anymore, and there has to be a whole women's right movement to
Man,
get.
we go
Yeah.
back and forth on this, like rehashing things all the time.
Yeah, and recently we had the same thing with COVID, where
Oh my God, yeah.
where it's the most fascinating thing in history, like because the jobs graph for COVID is just the most surreal thing. It just drops vertically down
yeah.
further than anything else in history.
Yeah.
But if you
Planetary.
yeah, it just straight down. Like I used to brag about like the financial crisis, because like there was like an old graph where like the old where they charted like the cumulative job losses of every post depression
Yeah.
recession,
Yeah.
and you see the big one is the 2008 one.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
just way bigger than all of them.
Yeah, it swallowed all of them.
Yeah,
Right.
and I used to have breaking rights about that until the COVID hit, and that was just
Yeah, that was an unprecedented. That was global too. 2008 was a little more localized.
I have a theory
yeah.
that this coming election is going to include quarantine
For dissidents,
with troops.
for podcasters.
Well,
who
just to keep other
say
people
dissident
away
things.
from the polls.
Oh yeah, maybe.
Well, Trump's not on the ballot. That's the big counterpoint. Is that Trump won't bring out the troops for anybody other than Trump.
That's a good point. So in other words, he's going to figure out a way to stay on the ballot.
But
Well, he's not on the ballot. He's made it more than clear that everybody else in the Republican Party is expendable. That he doesn't. He hasn't acted like he needs Congress. And
So going on this tangent, do you think he's going to name a successor, or do you think he's going to see it to the end?
yeah, I think Donald Trump's universe ends with Donald Trump. Like
So he's
I don't
in this until he's not
I don't think
breathing
that
anymore.
he can conceive of a world that exists without him.
Like he's not going to name a puppet.
Yes.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
like
That is fair.
there's no after Trump.
I think
as
Exhibit
far as-
A is this the last tweets in the last few days
Yeah.
here.
so he just remains king.
Yeah,
In his mind, he is.
Well, he's not going to leave the White House.
Yeah, right.
yeah.
Who's going to make him?
Well, this is why I kind of think back to the Carnation Revolution that
yeah.
Trump has made it pretty clear that chances are he's going to be leaving the White House feet first. That
Yep.
like
That
he
was my conclusion after seeing the Filipino revolution overthrowing Duarte. Is
Yeah.
it's going to have to be some physical action.
Well, I mean, again, this is like the challenge is just remembering the past because we saw this on January 6th.
Yeah.
The last time he lost an election,
Yeah.
he tried to storm Congress,
Right.
and
His niece Mary Trump warned after he failed to concede the loss in the November election. She said, if he's not stopped, he will try to do something worse next. And she's been right. She was right because the next thing was January 6th. And then the next thing. So everything he's done has been an escalation of his own.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you're right. I made a tangent.
yeah. And actually, I kind of like this from an autistic point of view because one of the things about autism is that they talk about like that we don't have a theory of mind, and people have argued this quite a bit. And politically, I like to say, yes, that means that I can't just figure out what's in people's minds. I have to go out there and talk to them and ask them what's going on.
Yeah.
That's my point. That's how I say that as a politician.
Yeah, I think essentially...
is that I don't have this magical ability to know what people are thinking. I have to go and actually talk to them and hear and let them talk about themselves and what they think.
Yeah, essentially, we want all of our representatives to be autistic because we need them to listen and not be self-motivated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I also get like, particularly these days, people are like very mystified about Trump and like, how can you possibly say that? Like, I'm like, and I think that it's the privileges of being autistic is that I have to make my theories conform to what I observe.
Mm-hmm.
That I don't get to say Trump doesn't make sense, therefore
Mm-hmm.
I'm allowed to not understand him. I have to understand people. Like,
Here's my...
do you have a bookmark?
Yeah,
that would be relevant.
Here's my bookmark called "How People Accept New Information." Right. I've spent a lot of time trying to figure out. This is before Trump. I was like, why would smart people believe wrong information? And this is all the information I came up with this. But this is reptilian brain strategy. Why lawyers use it. The just world. Yeah. So I've been down this rabbit hole for a long time here.
It's basically the boogeyman rule. As
What?
long as we got a boogeyman.
This is a favorite page. Why do we ignore the dire warnings of scientists?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad I'm not a scientist.
That's I always look at that's a we that means they. When people write that, they mean why do they?
Yeah.
Nobody's ever explaining why. This is why we explain why I personally.
Because the author's like, well, I won't do this because
Yeah.
obviously I'm writing about
Yeah,
it, right?
There's we is such a very tricky
That's
pronoun.
it's actually one of the things I kind of concluded is that the idea about cognitive bias isn't trying to stop it.
Yeah.
It's learning that it's part of our wiring as we've our brain has evolved, and that there's it's got some context where it's advantageous because it helps you think faster, but the trick is to learn how to mitigate it.
Yeah.
So you need to realize that, like, okay, I'm thinking about this, but it's because of these biases, and I should probably spend a little extra time understanding why I'm thinking this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unless you're Pete Stauber.
Yeah. Well, he's a cryptid. You can't blame him for
He's
not
a
showing.
cryptid.
Yeah, we're lucky we could even photograph him these
Yeah.
days.
He's like, I just learned a term for this. So, like, how all Bigfoot. Oh my God, I'm so.
Yeah.
Bigfoot.
I just learned all Bigfoot pictures are blurry.
Yeah.
I think that the term is these are. Well, maybe I'm getting it wrong. They're like blurbs.
Yeah.
Or there's a phrase for that. So, like, photographs of blurry Bigfoot are just blurbs, which is sort of its own thing now. Yeah. Anyway, we started on this section about critical minerals, and then we were talking about PSYOP.
Critical,
So I wrote it down.
Well, national security is a great motivator because,
That's
for
right.
one thing, it's the one thing that doesn't actually cost anything. Like, you're allowed to
It's
spend
easy.
whatever you want as long as you can justify
Yeah,
it on national
right.
security grounds.
Right,
Right.
right.
And that's one thing I just like. People use that to justify bullshit, which is great because
Right.
I can use that to justify good things. Like
Right. Okay.
like it's useful, and particularly when it goes to the iron ore industry here in Minnesota. Like, again, like with World War II, 75% of the world's production of steel came from just himming.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a World War III scenario is terrifyingly relevant these days, but even if it wasn't, part of the having a public corporation is that you can set it to have priorities other than profit. That I would say that its priorities would be 1, protecting the environment, and 2, maintaining a workforce. That the iron ore isn't valuable. It's not valuable unless you have a skilled workforce that can mine it, and that you need to protect that labor force from the ups and downs of the market. That you need a diversity of ages, so you don't have a whole bunch of 60-year-olds that are all going to retire at the same time. You need people of all ages, and you need stability. You need to
Right.
know that there's going to be that there's going to be a paycheck year after
Right.
year.
Right. But we need to do something to help the young people stay here. Yeah.
Yeah, that and the security, and that you could do that by pushing her up by trying to make a for-profit
Right.
industry do something it definitely does not want to do.
Right.
Or you could go and create one yourself that actually has that as one of the things it's supposed to do. That it's, I would have it be protect the environment, have a sustainable workforce,
Right.
and then if you've completed both of those things, maybe you can make a little profit and
Right.
buy your boss a jet ski.
So I really like how you phrased that.
Yeah.
You're compelling for the and the auspiciousness. Is that the right way?
Yeah.
For the justification of national security, you can compel private industry to do things that are in our own best
Yeah.
interest, like protect the environment,
Workforce.
maintain a workforce. Okay, so I want to take what you said
Yeah.
and make that like a clip of a soundbite. which I just ruined by acknowledging that I'm going to. Anyway, what would the mechanism that you would?
Public ownership.
Use.
Like there
Yeah.
would just be a publicly owned corporation that
Yeah.
So what's owned by the public now that would be like,
Well, at this point, I would argue the state and national forests.
yeah.
well, and the mineral leases for
Right.
oil, for instance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the mineral leases for everything else in general, because a lot of them are on federal land. Our water,
Right.
just water in general, because
Yeah.
if it's in a lake, yeah, it's public. All of our roads and everything we pay for
Well,
with
most of them.
taxes, right?
So the loopholes to get around it, like Nestle has a filling station,
Yeah.
and they just bump out the north end of Michigan, which sucks down to all old Great Lakes to fill up plastic bottles.
But we're not gonna. Oh boy, everything comes full circle always back to Citizens United. I was
Yeah.
going to say we're not going to do anything against Nestle because of
and-
donorship, but
And not to like autistic you, but Citizens United and Buckley versus the Federal Elections Commission. That was another
Oh, yeah.
act back in the 1970s. That,
right. I welcome any autistic challenge. Yes.
This is what I hope to bring to Congress.
Yeah.
And
When you said justify anything under national security, you could say we're at war, therefore we are only allowing people with autism in charge.
I believe that people have called for some people on the internet who I
Yeah.
will not name have called for a climate Stalin, and actually
Climate
it's
Stalin.
climate Stalin
Yeah,
because
because it's Greta Thunberg, I guess, right? She's a warrior. She's
Yeah.
not a Stalin.
yeah,
But, yeah.
oh yeah, she's not a Stalin. But we need an actual Stalin, like because it is climate change is a crisis like on the level of World War II. Like that's like the whole notion that we're haggling over money and costs is it's a signal that we don't recognize the nature of the problem.
Yeah,
Because, like, we're always talking about, act like that there's a bargaining table. There's a Christian meme of the myth of consensual sex where, like, the guy is saying, I consent, the woman saying, I consent, and then there's Jesus saying, well, I don't consent. And then, so the whole thing is like, oh, you're not supposed to have sex under consent because you get
all parties have to be in agreement.
You need permission from Jesus.
Yeah.
And I kind of think that kind of applies to the climate change conversation where there's an empty seat at the table, and that's the Earth itself. That's the forces of physics. And
You
that
talk
will-
amongst yourselves. I'm busy
like,
with runaway
and-
climate change. Right
and
now.
it's possible that to convince ourselves that we've got everybody on board, that we've got something that works for everybody, but there's that hidden party that's not in the email chains, that's not in the debates, that ultimately decides everything, and it cares not one bit
Right.
for if we put in enough effort or not.
Yeah,
And
great. What's carbon credits are a great idea, right? But
Yeah.
kind of irrelevant in the long term.
It's a workaround.
Yeah.
And it was specifically to head off carbon taxes,
Right.
which is how you should actually do it.
Yeah.
I personally would push for carbon taxes at the point of extraction,
Yeah.
and actually
point.
scale it to the parts per million of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere.
Right.
That,
Okay. Right.
that as the carbon dioxide level of the atmosphere
Yeah.
goes up, the
Oh,
taxes
yeah.
automatically go
Ah,
up.
right. So we're over 400 parts.
It looks
per
like
bil-
a
per million.
runaway to me.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I remember back in the days there was the it's fun. I first read about climate change back in when I was 6 years old. For my birthday I got a book by National Geographic, Nature on the Rampage, which was just
I remember that.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
It showed all
Yeah.
volcanoes.
It had about St. Helens and the
Yeah.
act of exploding. It was like the the awesomest pictures ever.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, it was like-
Yellowstone was consuming the middle of the country.
yeah. And they had a bit on climate change. And the one thing that I remember from all the times that I'm reading about it is nothing ever says, yeah, we have 40 years to fix this problem. Nobody
Right.
ever said that at any
Nope.
point. There was always, we need to fix this right now.
Yeah.
And
So then like 2 years ago or maybe 3 was when that Shell internal memo leaked
Yeah.
that was just essentially describing this long con of
Yeah.
like this is how we're gonna win this in our favor. Like now you see why something like a National Geographic publication with
yeah,
big money.
They knew about it back in the 60s.
Yeah, yeah, and they figured out a way to
Con.
And we knew about the greenhouse effect before we
Yeah.
before like the term carbon dioxide was
Yeah.
formed. Like that was actually Lavoisier back at the time of the French Revolution.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Holy
when they were
cow.
Right.
when they were figuring out what
Yeah.
air was made out of.
Oh,
that,
sure, right.
That was the kind of
Before they decided there's a molecular mechanism of the
Yeah.
greenhouse effect, they decided that it was a thing that existed.
yeah, they figured out that the atmosphere is an
Right.
important part of maintaining the Earth's warmth.
Man, just to think of how it's so normalized to just have this like doubt of like, I don't know if the science is really
Yeah.
okay.
Well,
Yeah. The people who are currently in this context of Minnesota saying that I'm only going to trust the science on sulfates, right, are the same people who do not believe the science on vaccines or climate change or all the other issues, which, like,
It's complicated,
yeah.
these are, the theme is rules for thee, not for me.
but it's embarrassing to not really understand the big concept. And so people don't want to be embarrassed.
That's that outsider position of like, well, I don't know, I'm not want to, that sort of dismissive thought terminating cliche.
That's
Like
what it does.
that's what's led to this right wing online, I'm validated to be dismissive of everyone equally, and therefore Ron Paul's my guy.
To be fair, Ron Paul did vote against the Iraq War.
Yeah, right.
I-
But see, that's legitimacy. Like for why I'm right,
And remember that he had like the worst possible rationale. Like the Arabs are like biologically incapable of democracy or
Yeah,
something.
I
like-
remember that, yeah.
Yeah, and it was like, well, you can get away. Like nobody gives a shit for
This
that
is the clock, right?
because
Twice a
you
day.
have
Yeah.
because if you're doing the right thing, it doesn't really matter why you're doing it.
I see
Like-
why you're running for Congress now.
Yeah, it's-
with beautiful individuals like Ron Paul.
Yeah.
Anyone could believe they could do better, right?
Yeah, and I think that when reaching out to people, you just kind of, it's important to bear in mind that nobody has ever changed their mind about anything.
Wait,
Yeah.
And
That's what one of my bookmark folders is about. Is that thing? It started with the something. That's fine. It's fine. I'll just edit that out. We can't edit it.
well, that was going to be one of our podcasts.
Well, about
How do people
people-
change
right.
their mind?
and
the answer is they don't.
and I first learned this in the context of teaching math.
Yeah.
That it takes a lot of work to have a conceptual change in your understanding of something. And in that context, it was like when people are learning about genetics for the first time or math in general, the work it takes is not insignificant.
Yeah.
So when we're expecting people to just be hammered with facts and have their mind changed, it's just not how the human brain works.
Yeah. And there's actually a kind of a, going back to Specialista out in Fargo, there was a conversation I had with the Margie Gray, the woman that ran things, where we were talking about the accommodations that I needed to find employment. And we talked about it, then we got to the point where she said, okay, you agree to, you need this, but can you agree to work on it? I'll work on my accommodation so that I don't need it. And that was that was one of the times that I let the autism take the reins, and I was like, no, I will not work on it. If you don't acknowledge that
It's a lot like saying, could you work on the blood sugar thing? I know you have diabetes, but could you work on that?
yeah, and I was like,
Try.
I was like, no, I will not work on this.
Yeah.
If you don't understand that this is a thing that I need,
Right.
I'm gonna pack up and drive back to Duluth. Like
Yeah.
I'm not going to allow you to waste my time. I'm not going to allow you to waste your time.
Good for you for that.
Yeah,
by
and,
the
then,
way. Yeah.
and then she was just really then she got a really sad expression in her face, like, this is going to be really fucking hard. And I was like, yeah, that's why I drove out to Fargo.
Yeah.
And,
You're willing to put in the work. Who else would go to Fargo?
Oh yeah, and
Or why else?
and she said, "Oh, it's going to take 3 months to find you a job," and I'm like, I didn't correct her at that point. I was like, "You say 3 months, you mean 3 years," and
Always triple the time and double the cost, or whatever the rule is.
and it was kind of cool because she came back to me like 3 months later, and I had to like console her because she was like, "Oh my God, I thought this was going to be so much more possible." Like I had talked to all these companies that wanted that were totally all in on hiring autistic people.
Yeah.
Up until the point where she asked them to change their hiring practices.
Yeah.
Then they were like, "What? I thought you were I thought you were going to fix that problem."
We're going to have a token office autistic, and he's going to do all the things for us. And
we never wanted to we never thought about why we don't actually have an autistic person already.
yeah,
And
that's the theme. So
so they actually the part of the negotiating thing was they found out that it was okay. We can't just like convince people to hire autistic people. Because even though they want to hire autistic people in general, but any individual autistic person is going to be good enough.
right. Right.
And so they actually did a thing where they would sign a contract where they would get, the company says, yeah, we want to hire an autistic person from you. They signed a contract for an autistic person. And then, that you have to pay us somebody's salary regardless of whether or not you hire somebody.
Yeah.
And then they would say, okay, well, here's an autistic person. Is this one good enough for you? And if it isn't, we'll put it back on the pile and bring out another autistic person.
And a catalog of autistic people.
And it was like, and if they're like, okay, no, we don't. We're now that we're actually in the details, and we're not so hard on the autistic people or anything. Well, you're gonna have to pay us their salary anyway.
Right.
So, and it's just gonna. The next person is going to be just as objectionable, so you're going to have to. You've signed the contract.
They don't all love trains equally.
Like we were all friends when we were talking about this in the abstract before, but now you owe us. We have a contract, and we will sue you.
Yeah.
If you do not do this.
So this person that came back to you and said, "This is really hard."
Yeah. And she was like, "Oh my God, all these people that say they want to hire autistic people, they're lying." And I was like, that was the most gratifying moment for me because I was like, "Oh God, you see it? This is true."
Yeah, right. And I bet it's true for other demographics.
Yeah, and the funny the place that eventually did hire me was High Point Networks. They were great. I was hired to do accounts payable, which was all number one.
Yeah. That's delicious.
And I started working there. They were like, "Okay, we can give you a day to do this work," and I was like, "Okay." And I finished up in an hour and a half, and I was like, "Okay, I'm out."
Yeah.
And they were just like,
now. I'm different.
Here's a pistol. I'll go get the money.
Yeah.
I was like, "Oh yeah," and they're like, "Oh shit, you're really good at this."
do the why? Was that hard?
We were going to pay a normal person all day to do this,
and that's why diversity is incredibly important for all of us.
Yeah.
That it's really important to exploit individuality.
It's like the whole work was getting me to the door in the first place. The second that I had the job, they were never going to let me go.
It's time we have more neurodivergent representation in Congress. There's a type that runs for office.
Yeah.
And they're people I don't really want to spend time with. You know.
Well, you gotta look the part. That there is
Yeah.
there's an archetype, and you kind of have. But I think it's harder in the primaries because there. I'll say another one tangent is a Keynesian beauty contest. So there was like this. It's a term for. There used to be like this newspaper.
Can you just outsource that if you're?
Like, okay, so a Keynesian beauty contest was a thing where the newspaper would publish a bunch of photos of women,
Yeah.
and if you were asked to vote for which women you thought was the prettiest, and if the person you voted
You're
for,
asked to objectify.
well, yeah, and
This is kind of sick.
and the deal was that if you vote for the winner,
Yeah.
if you vote for the person who gets the most votes, you get entered into the raffle for the prize.
Right.
And so it isn't. They're not asking you for your personal
Yeah.
preference. You're trying to go and
What is the most universally
like
appealing?
who is everybody going to vote
Yeah.
for?
Well, I mean that's exactly.
And that's kind of
right.
what
Yeah,
happens. That's kind of what happens in primaries. Is
Right.
like the most important quality anybody can have in the primary is the ability to win the general.
Yeah. So that's
So-
where the majority of the old school DFL is now.
Well, yeah, because that's where everybody is.
Right.
Because
And that was my question earlier about sticking to your principles or being universally appealing.
yeah, and
Yeah.
well, that's not my lane.
I think that as a neurodivergent, I think that there's plenty appealing with people who are different. I think that the problem with appealing is, the public's responsibility to expand what they find appealing. I mean, obviously, right?
Yeah.
Let's just solve all those problems. That would really solve a lot, right? Just end prejudice.
Well, people kind of get in their way. That the person who wins the primary, people. It's just a weird thing, though. You get a tempted crowd following that kind of goes
Yeah.
it goes and selects for like homogeny and unobjectionableness.
Yeah.
And
yeah. Until we find out some scandal.
and then they lose it in the general because
Yeah. Because they weren't actually qualified.
well they were
They were
qualified.
just pretty and talked
Well,
nice.
it's they were appealing to the primary voters' expectation of what a general election voter would go for.
Right.
And not going to name names, but there's for the front runner of the primary is kind of that.
I don't know anymore that as long as he's still tied, to the hip. I don't. I think that the negative Trump view is going to play out much bigger than what
Yeah.
we're actually thinking.
Oh yeah.
I
That
hope.
it's likely that.
I think
none
that's
of them
an
win.
exploitable angle that's underexploited.
Yeah.
That so you're talking about the DFL primary
Yeah.
front runner.
Right.
You're talking about Stauber.
Right.
And I'm saying, Stauber should be universally disliked because of how ineffectual he's been. You can look up his congressional record, and it's like his rating is really low.
Well, it's
But-
like voting for Mike Johnson or something.
Yeah.
Oh,
Your point about the front runner was incomplete, though. What were you saying?
Well, I think the front runner in the primary has kind of got that sort of thing going for her.
Yeah. That's kind of
I-
what I thought. Like, put up or shut up, and she's not put up.
Well,
Um,
honestly, she's good. I've run into her on at most of the campaign stops. So honestly, I think of like all of the other candidates as kind of friends at this point because we keep running into each other at these things. Definitely, Maddie is. If I had to vote for somebody else, I'd be voting for Manny because he's just awesome.
he's fun. I really, really, yeah. Manny, we're going to vote for you together. You vote for us. He'll turn around and vote for us.
I'm not surprised that Kyle Kramer dropped out because
Yeah. I really liked him. I hope he's watching.
Yeah.
I'd like to shout out that made me sad to find that out today. Yeah. To me, he was, when we first met him and talked to him, he was rolling up his sleeves like, where do we get to work?
right.
He wanted to fix something, and I really respect that. And there are lots of good people. I think they are pushed out by popularists, or as
yeah.
we're saying, the universally liked person. So
Yeah.
I just pulled up this is I'm not going to bother showing this. This is govtrack.us,
Yeah.
and it shows congressional scores, and there's a pretty cool little metric that it uses for each. Oh, maybe I'll show this. Hang on. Why wasn't I going to do this? Oh, because my camera is. Give me a sec. I'm going to go with that. We'll go. Wait. Is it the phone wide? I see. I'm trying to I'm having an awkward moment where now we're trying to figure out how to use OBS. And is this it is working? Oh, there we go. Okay. We'll go like that, and we'll go Chrome. Okay. So now I'm gonna try to make it bigger. Wait, how do I scale? Wait, I got it like that. Dude. Nope, that's the wrong thing. I click and drag. There we go. Oh, no. Come click and... Okay. Well, okay. Look, everyone. Here's my screen. So this is for GovTrack US, this is 2024 Representative Pete Stauber's report card. So this is the seat that you're running for. He has got the third fewest bills of universal support. He's co-sponsored the third fewest bills in Minnesota. He's got the third fewest co-sponsor. Okay, got 21 most often to get bills out of committee. And he's like past like 60th most absent.
He's not there.
No, that's what that means. He's ranked 65th most politically right, which is kind of...
To be clear, there's 435.
Yeah.
Yeah, this isn't out of 100. This is out of 435.
Right. So he's
Really,
safe in the... Yeah. He's introduced 24 bills in the last Congress. Only 4 of them had co-sponsors. He's on... he hasn't been leaders of any committees. And one subcommittee.
Yeah, the subcommittee on mining and energy.
Yeah, okay.
Which
he deserves to be that. Which is just...
Oh, I would
love
love to take his job there.
I would love to let you have his job there.
Unfortunately, I can't take his job because he's a
'cause
Republican and I'm
yeah.
a Democrat. I would be taking AOC's job.
Oh, yeah, she's our
because she's
representative.
the Democrat that hopefully she deserves a promotion, and
Yeah.
hopefully I can sneak in Herbert Crab after
Could
her.
she run for Senate, I guess, is what she was thinking? Is that right?
Yeah. Well, she's been talking about like either Senate or President, like not this year, but because Chuck Schumer is up for re-election in 2028, and nobody likes him.
Do you think... Well, but the same problem is, but who's going to step in to replace him, I guess? Well, he's up for re-election for his seat or for his position as leader?
His seat, his Senate seat.
So
he's technically
primary.
he's always up for re-election as party leader. They could kick him out. They could demote him anytime.
Do you know that you don't have to be a member of anything to be a party leader?
Oh yeah, no, you could just.
So why are we stuck with these like Mike Johnson and like I? A better question is, at least we're stuck with Mike Johnson instead of like Alex Jones or something.
Yeah.
'Cause that's kind of where they would. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that it honestly has to do with limited office space. Like
Oh, sure. That they double up.
Like, or in parking, like,
Yeah.
it's DC. The city's a nightmare already.
I mean, that is kind of part of. I've always wanted to run
Yeah.
for an office, but the idea of not being home is kind of like,
Yeah,
oh, can I have my dogs in my office?
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, I just pulled up this website because in addition to having the giant library of bookmarks, I love resources that are like information, you know, and so just someone's tracking all this data on each senator is pretty remarkable. It's pretty cool. Like you can transition this, and then you can see if I want to see who's got the most laws enacted. And so I can say compare it to Minnesota delegation or Republicans or all representatives. So the person who has the most laws enacted is Bacon.
oh, yeah.
Second is Neguse from, is
Colorado.
that Colorado?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, so let's see what Bacon's done here. When I first looked at this, I was like, who are these people? Like, what's his? He wrote the most laws, and 9 bills became law in the last Congress. He's co-sponsored 783 bills, and I looked at a lot of them, and it's like, what are these that he's co-sponsored? They're just like, I don't know, can you see around the mic there? We got Swanson and Hugh Butler Reservoirs Land Conveyance Act, Autism Cares Act. I don't know what that is, but boy, does that sound like
Yeah.
Autism Speaks to me, doesn't it?
Yeah. I
did click on it. It's loading.
okay. Yeah, can we go ahead and see what?
Yeah, it was spinning here. We got the extending the raise. Okay, there's the Autism Cares Act. What is this thing? Let's read text. 6 pages. We got autism collaboration, accountability, research, education, support.
Yeah, stupid acronym bill.
Wait, what? By strike? Okay, so you're changing some things, like inserting basic and clinical research in fields such as pathology, striking toxicology. Okay, so we're just going to try to figure out if autism is caused by. Okay, yeah, okay, and then inserting disorder. Okay, so we're just making little changes.
Yeah.
But what's the? I need a summary. Oh, is this the summary? No. Hang on, let me see if I can find a summary. Text published. This is it's is it enacted? Okay, so Trump signed it. What the hell is this thing? Oh my God, what is this? Long pause. Might edit it. There's always a thing I edit out of towards the end of a discussion when we're just. What is this thing? If you want the law number, I can. It's right here. Okay. Here's the prelude to amend the Public Health Service Act to enhance activities of the NIH with respect to research on autism spectrum disorder. Okay, that's what it is. This is an RFK bullshit thing.
Yeah.
This is we're going to find out how much Tylenol you have to take in order to have autism. That's what this is.
That is.
Yeah, fuck this shit. Okay. That may be the first time I've sworn on the pod. I don't edit anything out because it's ViewsRmine. So this is if you find some, what I always do is look for
How'd they come
commentary.
up with that much? Well, they had calculated some 23,100,000 to do this, and it's like,
Autism Speaks is in favor of it, right?
Yeah.
Great, huh?
Well,
Are we still screencasting? This is going to be definitely one of these edit this long overwhelmingly pass it. Do you know anything about the National Council on Severe Autism?
That's severe autism is kind of a trigger word.
Yeah, like
That
like-
it's
like an RFK kind of phrase of like, "You're never gonna pay taxes," or you know.
oh no, it's they're specifically advocating for autistic people that
that you-
can't advocate for themselves, which is
Right.
it's kind of a red flag because it's you get to because you get to advocate for autistic people, but you don't actually have to deal with input from autistic people.
Yeah,
That-
so they get to go to a like group home or some
It's
kind
like-
of like institute and
Yeah, the great
wait a
thing,
minute,
The
we're doing
great-
this over again, yeah.
the great thing about advocating for people who can't speak is that you never have to listen.
Yeah, that's a really great way of
And
putting
so
it.
yeah, it's
Yeah. Putting that
it's like you could just do your own thing and you don't have to care about what any autistic person thinks about what you're saying, and
right, and
that's very convenient for a certain type of person.
that's been the thing that we've been trying to fight against.
Yeah.
How we treat minority demographics. Yeah. Anyway, that was the rabbit hole of how we got here, was looking at the GovTrack report card. But before we tangent elsewhere, I'm only ever awkwardly able to bring these episodes to a close.
Oh, yeah.
So, should we do it as awkwardly as possible?
yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
Is there? We'll check to see if there's anything else we should say. Like, what's your priority in general? Let's just say it like that.
Beating Pete Stauber, because
Yeah.
I watched the debate between Pete Stauber and Jen Schultz the last time around. And,
Okay, yeah. Is he gonna do it again?
and well, what I remember is that Pete Stauber started out by attacking Biden, and Jen Schultz started out by defending Biden, and I think that,
So he set the terms of that engagement.
Yeah,
and then she was on the ropes.
yeah, and I want to make this election a referendum about Pete Stauber, because
Yeah, he's had far too long on far too much control. But the
Yeah.
fact that he's literally trying to sell our state away.
yeah, and because he makes us look bad. He makes us. I keep coming back to the Somalia Act, where
So great, yeah.
I just want to be able to tell him to his face that shit like that, it diminishes us.
Yeah,
it makes
right.
it makes us look small. It makes us look close-minded. It makes
Exactly right.
It makes us look like something other than we are. And
Here. The people of Minnesota are so much more than how petty and small Pete Stauber is.
yeah,
Yeah.
and like. I remember the line from Roadhouse, the Patrick Swayze movie, of "Be nice until it's time not to be nice," and it's
Yeah.
like,
No more Mr. Polite Democrat.
yeah, it's like
Yeah.
Stauber is a dick to little people. He dick to Canada, to natives, to
He was
Somalis.
so xenophobia. He was so racist during COVID.
Yeah.
He's despicable. And did you know he cheats at hockey?
Oh yeah.
Wait a minute, how can you cheat at hockey?
Oh, there's a
He figured out a way, Mr.
Check it out.
there's a clip on YouTube. You should watch it.
Oh, there is a clip. Oh,
with,
wow.
Like they did. It begs to be made into an attack ad.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That'd be my
We
thing.
can do that.
Yeah, that's been my. He claims he acts like Mr. Family Guy, but he's just a despicable bully, and
Yeah.
it's really hard to hear what he has to say. You know, his voice is always muffled
Yeah.
because he's got his lips pressed up against Trump's ass
Oh, yeah.
so often. He just really loves the taste of boot.
Yeah. And
So,
like, I want to show what it's like to be a real asshole, because you can't be like, if you're just an asshole, like a regular asshole. You're
Yeah.
not. It's not concentrated. You're just tossing out darts willy nilly at anybody
Yeah.
who can't fight back. But to be a real asshole, you have to be a nice person. You
Yeah.
have to be a person that
he's an
is
amateur.
constrained by the
Yeah.
rules of society, who gets the occasional chance to let the end run forth. And
Yes.
he's
He's a milquetoast asshole. And
Yeah.
the other thing I like to say, I maybe shouldn't, but there's a reason someone shot him. Do you know that?
oh no,
Twice.
there's
He was shot when he was a cop.
oh yeah, with his cop.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's been milking that.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, dude, stop milking it. Like, they shot you because they were tired of you. Like,
Yeah.
this guy. And
It's
they
like-
missed, I guess.
Yeah, it was-
Man. Anyway. Referendum on Pete Stauber.
yeah. Well,
I-
that it's
It would delight me to see you debate him and,
Oh, yeah.
and sweep the floor with him.
yeah.
Yeah, I feel like he would lose.
Like-
He struggles with facts.
I
Struggles with language.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and decency. Oh my God.
think somebody has him a cheat sheet. I'm not sure he actually discovers all this stuff for
Oh
himself.
no, yeah, he's
He's got
incapable of.
stabbers.
He's a hockey player who cheats, so that's
Yeah.
it's his intellect.
Not all hockey players are tied up on the boards.
I think anyone who is saying I'm advocating for people is going to appeal more generally than he
Yeah.
has. He's done nothing to advocate for his constituency,
Yeah.
except for repeat QAnon claims and
Yeah.
and platform Mike Lindell and act like a ghoul.
know, And honestly, he's just hanging on these days. He's just
Yeah. It's.
Like-
I mean, as Trump gets worse, it's really hard to lick his boots publicly.
and I kind of appreciate him staying out, because God knows, like, Trump has given him so many avenues to take
Yes.
against him. Like,
Oh.
it would be, it would be so fucking annoying if at some point
Yeah.
he decided to take a moral
Oh,
stand.
yeah.
Like, oh my God, like after January 6th.
Yeah, like-
or
well,
the
yeah,
war-
he loves people who beat
or,
up cops.
or the war in Iran. And
mean,
if he had just said,
independent thought?
okay, this is a step too far.
Right, like in other words,
He would get
he's
so much praise. We'd have to like, oh God, Pete Stauber's actually a good guy now.
right.
Fuck
he's-
me.
He refuses to become the Iron Range's Ron Paul. In other words,
Yeah,
right?
it's
like
you
he's really stuck with the being a sycophant.
He's
yeah.
ride and die on being a petty
Yeah.
asshole, and I really appreciate about that.
Well,
about
we,
him.
res-
I mean,
we respect someone who's
good
sticks to their
God.
principles.
good God, if he did something worthy of respect,
Lord
it would
help
just
us.
be the worst thing in the world. It's
Yeah,
you need people to hate, and thankfully, for those of us who need somebody to hate, Pete Stauber is there.
how do you think he's going to do with his normal base this year?
Oh God, it's well. If you look at the special elections that have happened so far, there's like a good 10+ point swing, and I don't particularly like this thing with Iran. Like the war hasn't even begun yet. I've been saying that
Yes,
we
I'm
are
not sure if there's anything more universally disliked,
oh
except for by Nick Fuentes. Or,
Yeah.
I don't, actually, he doesn't even. Oh my God, I know about Nick Fuentes.
Yeah.
yeah, he doesn't even. Like
if you
Warren
don't know
Iran.
about Nick Fuentes, don't look him up, please.
Yeah, just picture a Nazi. That's
Yeah.
all.
A Nazi.
A Nazi that is far too young. Like
Yeah, he's like too young to.
yeah.
If he's punchable, has a punchable
God.
face. You know,
Most punchable face ever.
yeah, not more so than Stauber. I'm not saying I
Yeah.
would, but if it happened,
I just don't see that
I'd thumbs up
Trump's popularity is going to improve.
Oh, yeah.
And anybody tied to him that's been,
Well,
is going to have a struggle.
like I was saying, like the war in Iran hasn't even started yet. Like,
I know we're in this now, right? Like
Oh,
his
yeah.
his opportunity to get out was hours after he declared it began, and he's blown that.
Wasn't tonight taco night?
For him.
oh yeah, well, this is the destruction of civilization.
So
night.
he's
My phone hasn't buzzed, so I assume
Yeah.
civilization is still on.
yeah, we're still there.
Still on.
I think he's finding out how bad this is going to be. Like there's a long historicity of
Historiosity.
historicity. I'm thinking of the lag of. I'm trying to use a word I'm not qualified to use.
Hysteresis.
Yeah, there's a long hysteresis of the effects of the oil crunch,
Yeah.
and I think I gathering that people are finally telling him how bad it is. And his Sunday Easter tweet was him panicking. That to me
So-
that represents pure panic.
So he's not had. He's always had somebody that figures out a way to bail him out to get a favor.
Yeah.
Does that sound right?
Well, yeah, I mean
Yeah,
that's how
so-
he's remained out of jail. I mean,
But I
he's-
think Netanyahu just took advantage of his gullibility.
Yes.
Yeah.
But this
Yeah.
isn't Netanyahu's fault. It is still Trump's fault, but that's exactly what
Yeah,
happened.
the intelligence. There's been some leaks, I think, from the intelligence agencies that are, well, partially covering their own asses, saying that Netanyahu came to Trump with a incredibly awesome plan that they said no. Okay, I think it was like we can bomb their leader, we can bomb their nuclear stuff, and then that will lead to the overthrow of the regime and democracy.
Bing, bang, boom, we're all done.
And democracy. They're like, okay, we could do the first two.
Yeah.
We could definitely kill the Ayatollah with bombs.
We've been working on the third one since the 80s.
but
and-
that's not going to change anything.
Yeah.
Like,
So-
dude, it's not just one dude
right.
that is. And I think that like the funny thing is that we're learning is that the old Ayatollah was kind of like a Biden-esque figure
Yeah.
where he
Yeah.
was actually holding Iran back.
We
from
did him a
one-
favor. Like
Like-
he was
martyred
he
him.
went out and now he's a martyr.
Yeah,
And so we kind of just expedited their little
yeah.
He gave him
Well,
a
the,
good-
the,
Yeah.
the thing is
Yeah.
the war is going to keep going on is because Iran has achieved more in like 4 weeks of war than they did in 40 years of negotiation. Like,
Yeah.
like they've been
Could
the
have done this a long
they've been
time.
the
holy cow! Like we got to call out success when we see it. I guess right.
like yeah. I mean,
They've been waiting. They've
Like-
been biding their time.
like I can't imagine what like the feeling is like in
They
like their inner circles where they're like, oh shit, we could just shut down the Strait of Hormuz.
yeah, like they were given the.
we could just charge people back.
They're like, guys, we are holding the world hostage.
Yeah, and like people are talking like, the U.S. was always the guarantee of the Hormuz safe passage, but we're kind of learning now that we never actually had that power to begin with.
No,
like,
it was-
As it turns out, it's
No one
it's
tested
actually
it.
really hard to protect oil tankers from missiles
Well,
and
that
drones.
that now we have drone. Yeah, drone technology is a big deal. Like
Yeah.
it's like the ubiquitous consumer level tech that's so much of a
Yeah.
fluff and junk is now our downfall,
Yeah.
and it's their advantage.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
What are we gonna
And-
do?
and- well, the war hasn't really begun yet because
Yeah.
I think that, for one thing, a lot of oil has already been in transit. That it takes. That
Right.
we kind of learned this with COVID and
Right.
the tariffs is that
Right.
there's a lag time of like a month.
Yeah, and that's
Well,
what I've heard is that around mid-April,
Yeah, April
U.S.
15th.
is going to start feeling.
That's when the air bubble is going to hit.
Yeah, and I think that's what, to me, I think that's what Trump has understood is, this is the worst energy crisis in history.
Yeah.
And we are going to. I regret filling up my truck a month ago. We need to start filling up bottles and cans with
Yeah,
gas while we
gas.
can. Yeah.
And like the first like threshold will be the April 15th or so when that hits,
Right.
and the next thing is going to be when we run out of reserves because
Yeah.
we've been pumping out the reserves as fast as we can.
Right. Like What is our strategic reserve
I-
time limit? Do we even, is that one of those things that's like gone under, like been under accounted for? Is like normally we keep track of it?
I've heard it's 6 months.
Do I even want to? If I, okay, self-restraint. If I go to the internet and try to find out, this will never end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and then that's all going to come to the head when we officially have to admit that actually we're going to have to start rationing now. That's when shit is really going to hit the fan.
Now we're not rationing then for some patriotic, nationalism. We're
We're going to be
rationing
rationing because there isn't enough.
because Trump fucked it up.
But
Yeah.
the recession's gonna balance out. If we have when we have this big recession, we aren't gonna be using as much gas, fuel, and everything.
I mean, yeah, but
we still have to
yeah, there's like the wheels of.
we even in a recession we still use so
So
fucking
we're gonna
much.
face a moment where we're done with like
Cheap gas.
no we're whatever like thing is gonna happen is happening, and then we're just gonna like how are we gonna respond to it? In other words,
Well, like how is Trump going to sell it? Because at some point, because like that's the notable thing about this is that Trump has not like talked about actually having to like conserve gas in any way whatsoever.
But,
he'll talk about nuking Iran
Yeah.
far before he'll talk about
But-
actually no, we're going to have to carpool a bit.
like Australia is
Yeah.
is conserving, and which other countries? There's several countries that are
there's like Pakistan,
Yeah.
India, China.
yeah, where they're
They're
all the different ways
Taiwan.
of rationing and going to 4-day work weeks and working from home.
Like
and,
they're creating this like a natural catastrophe.
Right.
This is kind of reminds me of like
Well,
January and February. Of the
yeah,
whole thing.
yeah, where you're watching it sweep across the world, and
Well,
other
it's
countries
like-
are
well,
responding.
Like in January, my mom asked me. She had had a planned trip to Mexico. And she
Yeah.
asked, and I talked to her like, you might not rethink that. She was like, why? Because COVID's going to be in Mexico. I was like, no,
Yeah.
Mom, it's going to be here.
Yeah,
it's
right.
going to be right here with us.
Right.
And
well,
there's the weird sort of thing like where there's a line from Tolstoy, War and Peace, where he talks about there's two voices in a man's mind. One that tells him that danger is coming, and that you should prepare, but a far more reasonable one that says you can't avoid fate, so you might as well have fun while you can. And talks about like as the French were marching on Moscow,
Yeah.
everyone was just so cheerful because
Yeah.
well, they knew that destruction was coming and there was nothing they could do about it, so they might as well just have a
party. Yeah.
party while you can. And
Everybody knows what's going to happen.
So, what I'm hearing is self-organization is our going to be our savior, our method out.
There'll be bastions that work better than others.
I think that what we've seen in Minneapolis is that when attacked, Minnesotans are very good at self-organizing.
yeah,
They've led the world as an example of how to do it right.
yeah. Leadership is just a matter of
Right.
who's willing to act before everyone else.
Right. Right.
And in COVID, it was the National Basketball Association was
Oh,
yeah,
right,
because
that's
if you remember, it was all just a topic of conversation until the NBA said actually we're canceling our season.
Yeah, and
Then we're like,
then
oh shit, actually.
hey guys, this might be a thing.
And it was such a weird thing though, because like there was like the like not just like the CDC, but like the World Health Organization, which
Yeah.
wanted to be beholden to anybody. They're like, oh, they're not sure if this is a pandemic yet or not. Like when it was,
What are you going to call it?
when like there was a threshold that
Yeah.
it had to pass before we call it a pandemic, and not just like,
They-
oh, if
they
this
just
is
kept-
obvious, it's going to be a pandemic.
Yeah, they
at
just
some
kept kicking
point.
it down the line.
Like,
We'll see what happens.
And you kind of get that with climate change too.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
that
yeah.
is this weird sort of false consciousness.
But when it
where-
gets to 450, then we'll really know that it's.
do you remember the organization 350?
Yeah, right.
There was an organization called 350.
Blew
350
past that.
That it was like, we need to stop this before it gets to 350.
It was 350 parts per million of
Yeah.
CO2 in the atmosphere for
Yeah.
those who are
And,
following along at home.
Huh.
Now we're over 400.
I think we're at the 470.
Right.
And it's
But we'll never know how much worse it's going to get because we've shuttered all the monitoring sites. Which
it's not
truly
that hard.
breaks
It's not
my
that hard to detect somebody's going to do.
yeah, I mean the rest
more,
of the world
it's
is
more of a symbolic thing.
Right.
It's kind of the thing that I like to think about is the 2100 is when the charts end.
Right.
Then when I first learned about this back in the 1980s, the charts only went out to 2100.
Right.
And now that we're 50 years in the future,
Yeah.
they still only go out to
Yeah.
2100. So I wonder at what point are we going to have to ponder the universe after 2100?
Yeah,
when,
right.
when do we kind of, oh God, the graph goes on, it doesn't get better.
Right. I always think the same thought, which is, is there a parallel between like this and like 1900? Like were people thinking about like, well, it only goes to like 1950 or something like, well, that's way too far in the future. But yeah.
So, at some certain level, it's like sulfates. They encourage bacteria growth. So the same thing's going to happen.
So
with,
like in other words,
CO2.
when you say, okay, we're still talking about that.
Well,
The sulfate thing is the 10 parts per million, which is like, well, what's the 10 parts per million is still a lot, and when you're looking at 27 tons per day, or collectively it's how many tons per day? Or how many tons per year is what you figured out?
Around almost 13,000
Tons per year.
Out of
Yeah.
26,000.
So we'll just kick that 10 parts per million down the line, and
No, it's 12.9 from the pits and 12.9 from the tailings piles.
as in 1,200 and
12,900
12,000
times 2
of what tons
of
or
sulfates,
tons?
both coming from
Yeah.
the pits and the
Right.
tailings ponds.
Right. So that's your analogy of climate change is like, well, it's already bad. How much worse do you want it to do?
No, well, that was part of that science paper, right? It's
yeah.
like, well, you're not really going to change very much.
Oh,
more.
that was the conclusion, which was kind of a
Yeah, and so it's like, well,
weird thing.
screw it, we'll just keep going, right? Because now you're not going to really hurt anything.
Okay. Well,
Worse.
it turns out it does get worse, and
Yeah.
we can feel the worse.
yeah,
Yeah. The
And-
weather's been weird.
yeah.
It's getting worse.
It's from Mercury.
No, I'm talking about climate change
Yeah.
again. Like
Oh, yeah.
our agricultural precarity
Yeah.
is
Oh yeah.
severe.
I'm glad
There-
I'm not farming.
I've got a kind of like a mental catalog of bills that I want to pass. Some are big like Medicare for all, but some are really petty.
Yeah.
And one of the petty ones is I want to officially rename winter to winter season.
Ooh, okay.
Well, it'd be like hurricane season.
I like that,
It
yeah.
would be the time of year where winter occasionally occurs because we've got this fucking polar vortex thing,
Right.
Which wasn't a thing when I was growing up.
Yeah,
Definitely wasn't a
same,
thing when
right.
you were growing up.
Yeah, we
because
never-
that was just called winter. That was normal.
Yeah, we didn't name low pressure systems.
Yeah, like it was just like yes,
All we
it gets
knew
down
was
to
the
negative
Arctic
20.
blast.
It's February. What the hell did you expect?
Right.
Yeah.
But now that
like that, yeah.
now that cold weather has become notable,
Yeah.
it's no more noticeable now that that things have gotten warmer. And so it's
Right.
kind of like a false consciousness.
Yeah. So like, how bad is climate change is never because it still gets cold. It's like
Yeah.
Boy,
I like that
Does-
idea. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'd say rename winter to winter season,
Yeah.
and we have an outbreak of actual winter.
Right.
Like this, it's the season where winter occasionally
We'll
occurs.
declare winter is what will happen.
Yeah,
Right.
And because this is actually it. I say that it's petty, but it is actually important. Like how you
It'll
speak
be
about-
useful later.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like the National Weather Service actually during Hurricane Sandy, they actually kind of adjusted the definition of a hurricane because
Yeah.
Sandy was just going to go right a
Yeah.
couple miles below the threshold, and they were like, "We know what happens when we say it's been downgraded to a tropical storm." People
They give up?
people stop worrying. Like
Right.
And they go back home.
Like
Right.
we've created this artificial
Right.
thing where where we have to say, and this is kind of like where I get out from autism. It's not just words aren't true. There are things of creating something in somebody else's mind.
Yeah, like you want to see my folder of linguistic stuff? You know.
Do you have something on conversational implicature?
No, but
That conversational implicature is a great thing.
I feel like I know what that is, but
yeah.
you have to tell me about it.
So like the example is if you're driving and you pull over to the side and you ask a guy, hey, is there a gas station down the road?
Yeah.
And the guy says, there was one, but it closed 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Like, it's not actually answering the question with a yes or no, but you're kind of saying something that addresses it. And it's kind of like, and
It's like the wife asks her husband, who's a programming in computer engineer, to go to the store, and she writes a list, and on it says buy milk, and if they have eggs, buy 12. And so he comes home with 12 gallons of milk. Yeah.
and
It's like a binary joke where
Yeah.
some people get it.
Yes.
Or,
and like going back to mining, because it's something you have to pay attention to. Like when a Chilean conglomerate says that they're going to create 700 jobs, they did say 700 jobs for Minnesotans.
no, they didn't say that.
Yeah, they
no?
did say that. They could say that.
No, yeah.
But they did. You read that and you think that.
Yeah.
And that creates
Right.
your impression in your mind, and like I said, and when you're dealing with people are skeptics, you have to appeal to their skepticism. You can't say don't be a skeptic anymore. You got to direct their skepticism elsewhere and say that they said they're going to create 700 jobs. What?
Right.
700 jobs for who? Like you've got.
What do you hate jobs?
Well,
don't say anything.
Well,
Shut up.
because they're saying like, oh, you've got 20 years experience in mining iron ore.
Yeah.
Well, they're hiring people with 20 years experience in copper sulfide mining.
Right, which are...
And you're thinking, okay, I could just substitute iron ore mining, but then they say,
Nope.
no, we meant just copper sulfide. And they're like, well, who are you going to hire then? Nobody's worked in copper sulfide. They're like, oh, have we mentioned that we're a international conglomerate that mines copper sulfide all over the globe? We've got people that we could bring in.
Right. So you did this. Can you show your shirt, your jacket? Yeah, it says Oceana Gold.
Yeah.
The last place you worked for was a startup mine, and you hired local people in South Carolina.
Right.
Yeah.
So we
got a third local, a third from West Virginia, right,
and a third from everywhere.
Yeah, like New Zealand,
Nevada, New Zealand, Australia.
Right.
They came literally from the Philippines too.
Yeah.
So he talked to on the radio. He'd call somebody. You need something. Bring a pipe over here. And so you generally hear something like down, and
dang
so
old
somebody
Bonehour.
else chime in New Zealand tongue or something. Anyway,
right, mate.
right.
Dingo baby, shrimp on the bar.
But generally speaking, the bias of mining quality in South Carolina was overrun by the people from West Virginia.
Right. In other words, the best jobs were not reserved for locals.
Well, they set the attitude. The people
Right.
from West Virginia were really depressed, were functionally
As they are.
really upset about having to move to South Carolina. My God,
It was a downgrade for them.
Well, yeah, West Virginia's home.
Man.
They got a
Eat your
song and
heart out.
everything.
Bring up what West Virginia. I met with did a Zoom call with Minnesota Nice this morning.
That's a podcast or what is it?
It's a environmentalist mining group. We talked about. They actually
Do tell. Yeah.
I can send you a link to their website.
because it's pretty ungoogleable. Unfortunately,
As I'm trying to Google.
Yeah, it was a clever acronym.
Acronym, yeah.
But it also unfortunately renders them ungoogleable because,
I was just about to search for Minnesota Nice.
yeah,
and
it
realizing,
doesn't work.
No, okay, they really blew it on that one.
Yeah.
Anyway,
And,
so yeah,
one of the things that they informed me about that I hadn't heard about before was there's this new thing called iron air batteries. That they're large grid scale things, and they're currently made in West Virginia because of Joe Manchin, and they could also be made here. And like if it's a bill that if I passed, move ending the subsidies for West Virginia, and
we would get
put
them.
it here. I would call it the "You Should Have Voted Democratic" Act.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That sorry, you stop voting Democratic, you don't
Yeah.
get favors from Democrats anymore.
That's quite brilliant.
Yeah.
I like that. As long as we're going to be playing that,
Yeah.
you really gotta up your
What-
petty acronym bill game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was, because it's just political malpractice these days. From
Right.
there, like,
Political. That's
well,
good.
it's Biden doing the bipartisan infrastructure act, and like then Stauber takes credit for the repair of the
After disparaging Biden for everything.
after voting against it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, like we could blame Stauber for that, but who named it the bipartisan infrastructure act? Like,
Yeah.
who invited him to the ribbon cutting? Like,
Right. I mean, that
Like-
was the idea. That's the old guard that believes that reaching across the aisle
Yeah.
still has some merit.
Yeah, and it's the problem with lying to people like that is they end up believing you.
And they did, and there
And,
was
well, unfortunately,
what a failure for
You-
Biden to give that away.
I was thinking like I was thinking like if they were passing the bill, they should have nailed it like the build infrastructure and develop something EN and call it, and so there was the acronym would be the Biden Act.
Yeah, build infrastructure. Right, build infrastructure.
Develop environmental.
Let's go, Brandon.
Yeah,
Call it.
call it make it like call it the Biden Act.
They always used to say FJB, so it would be the Fund Jobs Better.
Yeah.
The FJB bill. Done. Next.
Yeah, and
Wow.
Yeah.
like,
Anyway.
and it's you
We're
tell
gonna vote for all of our candidates based on how clever their bill acronym meme game is.
Well, it's people talk about educating the public, and that's all fine and good. But like, how about telling people the truth? Like we should have to like be explained to people that the bipartisan infrastructure act was just Democrats that like.
Yeah.
They sell these
Boy,
self-defeating
they
lies.
really just gave that one away. They just
Yeah.
I remember seeing like a ribbon cutting with Biden and Mitch McConnell on a bridge, and it's like I get
Amy
it,
was there,
but
too.
who?
Amy.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, Amy Klobuchar.
Shout out to Amy.
Yeah.
She's on our list of people we'd like to interview or have on the pod. So
Yeah, and even vacuum.
we don't want to scare her off, but we have words.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that inauguration stage did build itself. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Boy, it seems like it's not very far away, but holy crap, every day is like some level of apocalyptic possibilities, you know.
I don't know if I should bring up another thing, but when you say Amy, I think about how it appears Minnesota Democrats are stuck on the idea that the way to Iron Range, preserving, I don't know. Their only counter is the Prove It First bill.
Yeah.
So,
So-
I'm saying that.
Uh,
Let's talk about that.
Oh yeah, the proof of actually, that's the thing that kind of dovetails with I think that nuclear development would be great for the Iron Ridge is
Right.
because the state of Minnesota has a moratorium on nuclear power.
Right.
And
Despite the fact we have like 6 nuclear
we've
power
got
plants. and
three of them have been operating since
right.
the 70s. And
It's a significant
That-
percentage of our power.
yeah.
Yeah.
And at some point, if you're worrying about a nuclear apocalypse from nuclear power, you kind of have to admit that it hasn't happened yet. Like,
Yeah.
if you're worrying about it in the future, you kind of have to acknowledge
Well,
it hasn't actually happened in the past and present.
Let's add up the health consequences, of maybe even deaths, of nuclear versus coal.
Oh God!
And coal.
I have done the math on that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
You want to know the math?
Let's-
It is possibly the most depressing thing that you will ever hear.
So it's bad.
So, just spoiler warning: if you're watching this, you can feel free to skip ahead.
Yeah.
Because we're going to talk about the actual cost of human life,
Right.
not the thing we like to tell ourselves, but actually what on a day-to-day basis
I
what
mean,
we
like
trade.
low quality of life.
Yeah,
due to-
like
due to health.
if you want to buy human life in bulk for the cheapest possible
Yeah.
price.
Children having a hard time existing. That kind of thing.
So,
Yeah.
fossil fuel air pollution. And
So-
this is not climate change.
So you're not even
This-
talking like just mercury or.
This
or
is just particulate.
Just particulate, right?
Just little pieces of soot.
Right. This is being in a city and breathing fumes.
Yes. 6 million people per year.
Yeah. Dead.
Yes.
Wow. Versus how many per year from nuclear?
Okay. So we're going to have to break it down a bit.
Yeah.
6 million a year.
Yeah.
That's 500,000 a month.
Wow.
So 125,000 a week. So
Wow.
if you
Globally?
so you start with Three Island.
Right.
That didn't kill anybody.
Yeah.
You go with Fukushima.
Yeah.
That killed like 3 people.
Okay. Yeah. From the fallout.
Yeah.
Or I mean from the.
From radiation.
Yeah,
There, there was actually 10,000 people that died from the actual tsunami,
Yeah. Okay.
which
right.
completely gets forgotten because it's not nuclear.
Right.
Like,
I mean that.
yeah.
That was happening too. There was an
and-
earthquake. Yeah.
And you get then you go up to Chernobyl and you get a big rage on that because there you got some people denying it, some people
Yeah.
lamenting it, and it. There's
Because
a
there's a
management-
lag in the effects of.
But even on the highest level where you consider deaths for all time, it's just so much smaller number. The only thing that actually comes close is the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Right.
Those combined killed about 250,000 people,
Right.
which is 2 weeks worth of fossil fuel pollution.
So you're saying in order to have an equivalent of
We would have to
devastation, you'd have to intentionally use the
You'd have to
thing to kill people.
nuke a major city every single week
Uh,
for.
yeah, but
Boy,
but
my first real engineering
Oh, yeah.
job
He's
was
involved in this.
underground uranium mine,
Yeah.
working
Yeah.
for Kerr McGee, and thinking mining's glamorous and whatnot. After you were 45, you had to go in every year for a physical. Before that, it was every 3 years. And guys started coming back from the physical in town to clean their lockers out because they had to go and enjoy
Right.
the rest of whatever they had, which
Yeah.
is usually 6 weeks to 6 months.
but black lung. I mean,
Yeah.
Well,
like both of those are. I mean,
cancer's hideous, black lungs bad. Mining will eventually hurt you, but
Right.
the MSHA statistics were that 499 out of 500 uranium miners were going to die of lung cancer.
Wow. Yeah.
Well, and
And
they're also
I'm
dying of
still
fossil.
here.
Yeah, you made it, I guess.
They're also dying of fossil fuel pollution.
No, I
Like,
understand that,
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
it's
well,
not like
it's-
it's zero,
Well,
right?
because it's something like 20% of human mortality can be attributed to fossil fuel. air
Oh,
Right.
I believe it.
Yeah, like mining. That's a condemnation on mining and worker exploitation more than it is about what it is.
Yeah, I was
you know.
in charge of radiation monitoring, and I got really concerned about, well, am I doing a good enough job or whatever, you know? And so I heard
Oh, yeah,
stories
this is
about
anecdotal, too.
pre-1973, MSHA didn't have any restrictions on working level exposure of underground miners to radon daughters, and they all got zapped a lot.
Well, speaking of radon daughters and isotope, you had another exploratory small plane flight at one point too, didn't you? Where
With-
you went up with a Geiger counter.
Oh yeah, well, all the uranium mines in the Ambrosia Lake Basin had been shut down because Reagan signed an executive order
This is in New
getting
Mexico.
rid of the price support. It was $35 a pound, and immediately the price went down to $7 a pound for yellow cake. Right, so everything was shut down. Everybody's pulling the equipment out, and I think there were about 15 underground mines in Ambrosia. None of them were running. And it rained really hard, and the New Mexico DNR came to wonder why the exposure, the radiation was so high. And well, nothing's running, none of the fans are out, nothing, you know. So the company, the radiation guys rented a small plane and flew up through the plume of the smokestack coming out of the coal-fired power plant. They just built a 250 megawatt unit, and it was gold mined from right next door to the uranium mines, right? So that was the source of the radiation coming out of the smokestack.
So in other words,
of the coal-powered plant.
in other words, your giant carbon charcoal filter of coal deposit had absorbed all of the radon.
It was it's trace elements in coal.
Well, it was secondary enrichment of uranium coming from the Mount Taylor volcanic intrusive.
Right.
And it got into the coal, and they just stuffed it in the furnace and let her go. Holy cow. That was much more radiation
We
than,
do mining right.
than the uranium mines were ever producing.
Right.
Yeah. And like so, I think like the sheer scale of mortality from coal mining and fossil fuel mining, it's too much to comprehend. Like, people don't die from it because you die from something else. You die from emphysema, you die from COVID, you die...
Mercury or whatever,
Yeah, and it's like 20% of human mortality. It's like by the time you're 5, you've lost by the time you get your 5th birthday, you've lost a 6th birthday to fossil fuels. It's like, and this actually kind of came up during COVID, where they were talking about like the health effects of wearing a mask, and like the horrible truth was that you should have been wearing a mask long before COVID.
Yikes. Like we look at like India and China, and you see these smog alerts, and you're like, look, what are they doing? You know, and we're dealing with this too. Just in that theme, to think that we would give up on like the EPA in America just to watch that is just mind-numbingly stupid and heartbreaking, and at the same time just really upsetting.
And it's nihilistic. Like, it's actually become a cultural thing at this point. I think they used to do it for profit. Now it's just to fuck people over. Like, they're not doing like. Yeah. They used to do it for profit. Now they're doing it out of spite.
So I agree, and I believe after our election in 24, that to me that was the moment that I was going to stop believing that we needed to like reach behind us and help, like mega supporters. It's I kind of think they're too far gone. I guess that's my point.
Well, one of the things that kind of going back to the autism thing, where I was talking about my accommodations, so the woman was telling me, like, can you work on it? And I'm like, well, the thing, ironically,
I don't, the particular combination that I
You're
was
like-
asking for that I don't actually need anymore.
Yeah.
But I actually did manage to work on it, but
Yeah.
it was never going to be a sort of thing that was going to happen on somebody else's timetable. Like,
Yeah.
and it's like,
It's like saying, can you just suck it in? Like,
yeah, and like,
can you dial it back just
and
a
it,
little?
and people are like, well, how are you going to convince people? How are you going to change people's minds? And I'm like, well, people can change their minds, but they're not going to do it to benefit my campaign. They're not going to do it to make my ascension to office any easier. Like,
Yeah, I'm glad
that's-
you said
that's-
that. I was thinking about how of
Like-
all the things we're talking about, it's like, yeah, but the barrier is convincing people. So,
it's-
but what? Where's
You might have some help
that?
Yeah.
I guess.
because of Trump.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
just being so
Well-
bad.
well, I think a big part of it is respecting people's emotion, and
Yeah. Okay. I
like
mean,
that.
that's what I've learned in my
Yeah,
stuff
it's-
about cognitive bias.
and like the Democratic Party has become allergic to like anger and like the negative emotions. We try to,
outrage.
yeah,
Yeah.
like and hate, like
Yeah, we really like condemn that in Republicans, but then we turn around and just excoriate people who express that kind of like oh, you're hysterical for being
Yeah.
outraged. Yeah.
yeah, and I think that any decent person these days should be furious at like the state of the world and the
Yeah.
utter mediocrities that we have in charge, and
Just how we're treating people and yeah.
and try not to yell at a podcast because I respect your eardrums, but in more live events,
Yeah. Here, I have this slider right here. I'll just
Yeah.
bring you down. Yeah.
yeah. And but during campaign like speeches and stuff, I've kind of tried to give myself permission to raise my voice and
Right.
be loud and angry and stuff.
Worked for Howard Dean.
That's what the big
Yeah.
drums are for.
Yeah.
That's what blows me
You
away.
can whack on the drum.
Is it how? Well, you could do that too, but like Howard Dean, like
Yeah.
that's how we're here because Howard Dean went yeah, like
That was
Oh,
after. Yeah.
but her emails
And well,
and all the things. you
Well,
know.
he committed the ultimate sin, which was being right about the Iraq War. That
Yeah.
was the
So it wasn't about the yeah, it was about. I don't think
Yeah,
that's a good
it's-
idea, guys.
yeah.
Yeah.
The
Huh.
like
That
the
did,
like no nobody has ever been forgiven me for being right about the Iraq War. That was a political sin.
Yeah. Yeah.
but don't touch 9/11 because, after
Yeah.
all,
Yeah.
And
What do you think is going to be like? That's now a generation away. The Iraq War,
yeah,
because I've had students that just
yeah,
like
they're
way after 9/11. What do you
Yeah,
think is
that's-
going to be our new thing, our new political watershed moment?
oh, it's going to be Iran. It's going to be
Not COVID. I think you're right.
Well, COVID's kind of inspirational because it shows what we can do. Because
It did, yeah.
like
Hey, we don't have to be in the office every day.
yeah,
Yeah.
and well, because the interesting thing about COVID is you have these record job losses, but actually poverty declined. Like
Right, because
it was the biggest decline in childhood poverty in American history.
because for the first time we had an influencer economy where people who were unable to work in other ways were able to earn a living.
it was actually incredibly simple.
Oh,
what,
yeah.
what happened?
Not my thing.
What happened was a whole bunch of checks went out with Donald Trump's name on it.
Right, yeah. I mean,
And as it turns out,
dude, it's so
poverty
simple. Yeah.
is primarily caused by a lack of money. And that if you just give people money, they're not poor anymore.
Well, I don't know. I'm not good
least
with
for
numbers
a
like
little
you
while.
are.
And just like World War II, we did everything we could to unlearn that lesson and pretending it never happened. And
This has to be the DFL's like campaigning platform. It's these really, really basic things like, hey, people, need money so they're not poor. They
Yeah.
need a place to live, and this will contrast with the right wing, which
Yeah.
is like gone so complicated. Like, I can't even think of an example, but like, we're so far past QAnon, but it's
Yeah.
just gonna be like.
QAnon.
Like the things that are like, this is the Overton window shift of how like what's radical is saying, I think people should earn a living wage, you know, and this is, I don't know if you should say
Well-
that on public and TV.
Well, the important thing about the positive social benefit from jobs comes entirely from the paycheck. Like we could talk
yes.
about like that there's a going out and having a social environment and the labor is an
Yeah.
ennobling act, but actually it's
mean
the,
money- money
the
does buy
paycheck
happiness?
is actually. Well, money doesn't buy unhappiness, but it can sure banish a lot of unhappiness.
Yeah, it's really hard to be happy when you don't have money. Maybe
Yeah.
that's the way of putting it.
I think it's more stability. Even if you're unhappy, at least you're not robbing a convenience store to get along.
Well, that's part of it too, but I think part of what you're talking about is also how much stress you
Oh,
live
sure.
with, and how difficult it is to just exist without health care or money or food security.
Yeah.
These are like, we cannot be great as a nation until we are
And-
acknowledging these, let alone fixing them.
And it's amazing how much time and energy people like spend on trying to figure out what's the root cause of poverty. How like
Yeah.
this is some weird arcane
Yeah.
complex engine that we have to figure out how to fix. And like no, actually we could have just sent out checks.
Yeah,
Like no, you could just
I
mail me.
have a folder on that too.
Yeah, and it worked great.
Whoops.
And
Where's my folder?
Peter
and-
Turk.
Political resources. Oh, Peter Turchin. There's my poverty, crime, police folders where I've found things about why.
Right between
sure.
preamps and porch building.
Oh yeah, I have a folder called preamps. Interesting. And primitive games,
Primitive tech.
poems,
Oh, yeah.
porch building. Interesting. I was building a porch. We're in the.
You're
P's.
so organized. I
Yeah,
wish
right.
I wish I was a tenth disorganized.
Well, I found some. I discovered medication, and then I made this system. I mean, it's not like it's organized because like.
Oh no,
everything-
it looks pretty organized. I like-
Everything else is a mess. But if I can categorize anything I encounter in these, I don't know, like 80 or 100 different categories, like here's my folder of colors. It's just interesting colors I found. You know,
Oh yeah, as one does.
like look, here's a page called "Everything About the Color Lime." Yeah. Did I mention I have ADHD? I might be autistic though. I have a
Yeah,
folder.
I didn't want to say that.
Let me
but-
show you my trains folder.
Oh,
It's
God.
the entire internet put into folders.
Yeah, well, for me, Ian, it's getting that way. There's tractors, trailers, trains. Here it is. Oh no, I have more than one.
Train.
And
Okay,
scale.
so trailers, trains, and scale. Trains, the letter N.
Yeah, that's
so-
like model trains, like G
Yeah.
scale or N scale. You know how it is. What's this one? Trauma
No
diagnostic
diagnostic research.
Yeah,
and truck repair.
turtles.
You don't
Turbos,
have- you don't have-
typewriters.
That's when I got into typewriters.
Oh yeah.
I can't. Did it say watch? Oh, watch. Oh, that was when
Yeah.
I was trying to find a new watch.
Oh,
And look, good lord, look at this. All these like websites about watches. I know
Oh, yeah,
everything
yeah.
about watches.
Yeah, you're totally not autistic at all. There's none of this.
Yeah, I
causes
can't just
autism.
buy a watch because I needed a watch. I've 100%. There's a paper I have in here, just in my ADHD research folder, describing how. This is my theory on it. I think ADHD is actually part of autism is like a spectrum, and I think ADHD is part of that
Yeah.
spectrum. And there's
There's a lot of overlapping events.
yeah, and there's a lot of genes that contribute to both, and a lot of comorbid conditions. I have a really cool website. Let me show you this. Is this it? Yeah. Okay. There's. I think I have one. I'm not sure if I have one for autism. This is it's a paper about it, but there's a link to it. But this
Yeah.
is a website that is a database of all of the genes that contribute to ADHD.
Oh yeah.
And I'm pretty sure I have a. Do I have one for genes? I have papers on autism. Maybe that was how I decided this. I don't even know what I know. Research. Oh, you're moving my.
Yeah.
when okay. There we go. It's just loud. Okay. I like how they suggested this was a 7-minute read. Isn't that? Took me anyway. Yeah. Anyway, I that's my rabbit hole.
Yeah.
I forgot my point, but that's how ADHD is. It's fun.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Everything
Wow.
about the color line.
See, I like to make stuff. And,
I make stuff too. I have folders for that.
no, I just,
Do you play Minecraft?
No, I played Dwarf Fortress.
Oh, okay. Anyway, let's do a sign off so I
Okay.
can end this because my
Okay.
ears are getting tired. But because I have the idea of like taking the part where we're talking about gaming and just
Yeah.
like speeding it up with
Yeah.
a title. 'Cause, like,
Oh, that'd be.
yeah, because like those.
We've driven off the old people.
Yeah.
We've got the last two survivors here.
If you don't know, then you don't know, and we're
Yeah.
gonna just move on from you. But anyway, once again, sorry, I come up with bad nicknames for everybody, so not JP Morgan.
Yeah, I actually have a good friend of mine from childhood is actually named Morgan. So
Really?
that's a very familiar joke.
Oh, it is okay. Yeah, so
Yeah,
JP and Morgan.
He's actually the one of the prosecutors for the Alex Preddy thing.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
No kidding. Good. Well, good luck to him.
Yeah.
Wow, that's.
Like,
So
I
you
mean-
gotta. Is he?
well,
Are
I-
you still in touch with him?
Oh yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Yeah. That's.
So I think you'd say that running for office is a brave thing, but honestly,
Yeah.
he's got a. This is easy compared to what he's got to do.
I think what that shows is there are really high quality people and brave people and people who are selfless and act in the interest of others everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that'll be our final thought, right?
Yeah.
So this, my name's Andy. We've had Chris, who's gone out, and Mike, who's at a meeting, and we've been able to share a long, wonderful conversation
Oh yes.
with.
JP McBride.
Thank you. I almost said Morgan. Again.
Aspiring politician,
For which seat? 8
Congressional District 8.
for Minnesota. Thank you so much for
Oh,
being
yeah.
here. I appreciate
Oh
it.
yeah.
This
Oh, it's my pleasure.
I've had a lot of fun. So
Oh, yeah.
thank you. ViewsRmine podcast. Roll in credits.
Thank you.